Chapter 741. Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan were the top geniuses of the Jun family's hidden lineage. However, the Jun family's hidden lineage had always kept a low profile. Therefore, these two geniuses were not well known. They were not even famous on the ancient road. However, in the small circles of some of the top geniuses, they all knew about these two people. In comparison, Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family's main lineage was much more famous. Ever since he stepped onto the Emperor Road, Jun Xiaoyao's name had never been quiet. He had been pushing his way through the ancient road. Jun Yinhuang and the others could not compare to his influence. Now, the young people of the Jun family's hidden lineage were divided into two camps. On one side, they were against Jun Xiaoyao's camp. This camp believed that the hidden lineage should continue to be isolated from the main lineage. Moreover, they also felt that Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan were not much weaker than Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Maxiao, and Jun Lingsong from the main lineage. The other side, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity toward Jun Xiaoyao and the others, as well as a faint sense of admiration. They believed that no matter if it was the main or hidden lineage, they were all part of the Jun family. There was no need to divide them so clearly. Moreover, they were proud of Jun Xiaoyao's strength. Obviously, Jun Xianming was in the camp that disliked Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Lanqi was in the camp that supported him. All right, we don't need to quarrel over this matter. What we should focus on now is the opportunity on the buried Emperor Star. There was news that the buried Emperor Star contained the inheritance of our Jun family's ancestors. Jun Xuanming's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. Cousin Qingyan told us that the ancient road battle was very dangerous. She told us not to act rashly. Jun Lanqi frowned. She was still hesitant. Are you afraid of this little danger? Are the geniuses of the hidden lineage weaker than the main lineage? Jun Xianming retorted. That's right. We can also obtain opportunities. Another genius agreed. Sai, do as you wish. Let's see how you deal with it when it comes out. Jun Lanqi shook her head. The Jun family's hidden lineage was isolated from the world and kept a low profile. In a way, it was like a greenhouse. Jun Xianming and the others were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had never experienced anything. He didn't want the geniuses of the main bloodline to fight for a spot in the 10 echelon. This was the difference between the main and hidden veins. The main veins flourished, striving to reach the upper reaches, swimming in this world of great strife. On the other hand, the hidden lineage was content to stay in a corner. They believed that they should develop quietly and not show off their abilities. This was actually the difference in ideology between the main branch and the hidden branch. I wonder if Brother Xiaoyao can change this situation and merge the two forces. Jun Lanqi murmured in her heart. She wanted to see that happen. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the hidden lineage returned. How powerful would the Jun family become? The opening of the buried Emperor Star caused countless geniuses to rush over like ducks. The entire buried Emperor Star was bustling with noise. All sorts of peak-level geniuses that were rarely seen were now rushing towards the buried Emperor Star in groups. At about the same time, Jun Xiaoyao had been cultivating in seclusion. As far as he was concerned, there was no need for him to be in a hurry to find this and that opportunity. As long as he took one step at a time, he would be fine. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Inside an ancient star, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the core of the star. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely vast power of the primordial spirit spread outwards. The entire star began to crack, unable to withstand such an impact. One had to know that this was not an impact of magic power, but of the soul. Just the power of the primordial spirit alone could shatter the star. How terrifying was that? It was not that simple to affect matter with one soul. At this moment in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, the seed of the past had been completely refined. 3 Dao flowers bloomed. On the flower in the middle sat the primordial spirit of the present. On the flower on the left the primordial spirit of the past gradually condensed into a human form. In the end, it slowly took shape like a miniature version of Jun Xiaoyao. This was the primordial spirit of the past. As the primordial spirit of the past condensed, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit soul power once again reached a peak. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit first cultivated the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, and the power of the primordial spirit also soared by 10 times. Then, it devoured the will of the immortal ancient world. It even condensed the primordial spirit of the present and the primordial spirit of the past. In terms of primordial spirit power alone, Jun Xiaoyao was now enough to shake off those supreme outlawed prodigies. If I were to measure the power of my primordial spirit now, it should have reached the boundless level, right? Jun Xiaoyao figured out the power of the primordial spirit soul was also divided into levels. It was just that the primordial spirit was too difficult to cultivate, and ordinary people could not cultivate to a higher level. That was why the primordial spirit levels were not widely spread. The primordial spirit levels were divided into 8 levels according to quality and vigor. Ordinary level, exceptional level, boundless level, eternal sand level, void tribulation level, immortal level, and moksha level. Generally speaking, a saint realm powerhouse was around the level of a saint. For the primordial spirit level to reach the exceptional level was already extremely outstanding. In terms of primordial spirit, one could crush most powerhouses of the same level. As for the extraordinary level, it was rare. Generally speaking, only powerhouses above the quasi-supreme level were able to cultivate their primordial spirit to the extraordinary level. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was only at the great sage realm. Previously, the strength of his primordial spirit was already at the extraordinary level. Now, after cultivating, he directly broke through to the boundless level. What was the concept of the boundless level? The power of the primordial spirit was vast and immeasurable. It could be said that it was difficult for ordinary supremes to reach the boundless level. Unless one had a great opportunity or specialized in the primordial spirit Tao, it was possible to reach it. When I cultivate the future primordial spirit, will the level of my primordial spirit improve and reach the eternal sand level? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The eternal sand level primordial spirit had countless thoughts in its mind, comparable to the number of grains of sand in the Ganges River. With a thought, it could search the endless universe. Cultivating all kinds of divine abilities and cultivation methods could be done with a thought. It could even vaguely see a trace of the veins in the dark. Why could those big shots above the quasi-emperor peek into fate, explore the long river of time, and deduce the changes in the world? It was because their primordial spirits had already reached the eternal sand level and above. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to accurately deduce the changes in his inner universe, he would need the help of his primordial spirit. To put it simply, the higher the level of the primordial spirit, the more powerful the central processing unit. It could deal with all kinds of changes and had all kinds of miraculous effects. Oh, right, there's also the primordial spirit attack technique that I comprehended with the help of the 100 reincarnations, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had been in seclusion for several months. Not only had he refined the seed of the past and condensed the primordial spirit of the past, he had also comprehended a primordial spirit attack technique that was exclusive to himself. Reincarnation tribulation. A soul vortex suddenly appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Vaguely, it was as if the 100 reincarnations had appeared. All kinds of scenes and thousands of karma intertwined within. One could imagine that if an enemy with a slightly weak willpower fell into the reincarnation tribulation, they would lose their sense of self. He would definitely lose himself in it. His primordial spirit would be completely wiped out, and he would become a walking corpse. The primordial spirit of the present gave Jun Xiaoyao the Vairocana that illuminated the various realms and suppressed everything. The primordial spirit of the past gave Jun Xiaoyao the reincarnation tribulation. With a glance, he could pull the enemy into the reincarnation illusion and control their life and death. It's about time to come out of seclusion. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit power erupted, turning into a vast storm. The entire star directly cracked, collapsed, and disintegrated, shattering a star with a thought. Chapter 742. After this period of cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation base did not increase much. However, his primordial spirit had improved greatly and reached the unparalleled level. It could be said that among the younger generation, there was almost no one whose primordial spirit was higher than Jun Xiaoyao's. In terms of cultivation base, there were only a few people who had reached the Great Saint Realm. They could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's strength was far from what an ordinary Great Saint Realm expert could compare to. Using one's cultivation base to figure out Jun Xiaoyao's true strength was the most foolish thing to do. The ancient road of ultimate is almost finished, but there hasn't been an opponent that I'm interested in. Even Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the others are so boring. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. He took a step and disappeared into the void. Jun Xiaoyao prepared to continue moving forward. Along the way, he heard about the opening of the buried Emperor Star. The buried Emperor Star? I can go and take a look, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. In the past, when the buried Emperor Star opened, a group of peerless geniuses on the ancient road of ultimate would gather. He hoped that there would be a few people who could make Jun Xiaoyao feel less bored this time. Jun Xiaoyao shuttled through space and headed toward the buried Emperor Star at lightning speed. The buried Emperor Star had been open for a period of time. Many geniuses were fighting for supremacy and looking for opportunities. From time to time, there would be news of some geniuses obtaining peerless inheritances and rising up. There was no lack of opportunities on the buried Emperor Star that would allow one to soar to the sky. At this moment, on a continent of the buried Emperor Star, more than a dozen figures were walking in the air. They were Jun Lanqi, Jun Xianming, and other hidden geniuses who had rushed to the buried Emperor Star. If the rumors are correct, the ruins should be in the depths of this continent, Jun Xianming said. I still think that we should inform Cousin Qingyan and the others first, Jun Lanqi said hesitantly. Jun Lanqi, are you still considered a genius of the hidden lineage? If the people of the main lineage see us cowering, how will they look up to us? Jun Xianming said with some dissatisfaction. He wanted the people of the Jun family's main lineage to see. The prodigies of the hidden lineage were all powerful and outstanding. Jun Lanqi didn't say anything more. She knew that Jun Xianming had been with Jun Yin Emperor since he was a child and was used to being protected. They had no idea how cruel the outside world was. In fact, most of the prodigies in the hidden lineage had been cultivating in the hidden lineage and rarely came out to train. About several hours later, up ahead was an undulating mountain range. Immortal light was dense. Purple energy surged. Jade grass and strange flowers were everywhere, and auspicious beasts were prancing about. There is indeed an opportunity here. Jun Xianming's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait any longer. Jun Lanqi secretly raised her thoughts. They stepped into the mountain range, where there were many old herbs that were thousands of years old. However, just as they were about to pick it, suddenly the entire mountain range was covered in runic arrays. All kinds of formation runes were imprinted in the void, spinning and moving like star orbits. Seeing this scene, the expressions of some of the hidden lineages changed. A hint of surprise flashed in Jun Xianming's eyes, but his expression was generally calm. Who is it? Jun Lanqi shouted coldly. They didn't panic too much. After all, they were the prodigies of the Jun family's hidden lineage. They still had the confidence. Haha! I originally thought that the sequences of the Jun family would be plotted against. I didn't expect that the ones who took the bait would be a group of people I didn't expect. In the void far away, suns appeared in the sky. They were the crown princes of the Sun God Mountain. On the boat of creation, 5 of the golden crow princes had died. Now there were only 5 left. Among them was the strongest, the 10 princes of Jinwu. His hair was as bright as gold, and his eyes were also golden. He had a kind of transcendental aura. He had the ancient Golden Crow bloodline and the rare Sun Saint constitution. The 10 princes of Jinwu was considered to have some shadow of the Golden Crow the Arch when he was young. Not to mention him, even the other 4 crown princes were all dragons and phoenixes among men with extraordinary cultivation. Sun God Mountain. Jun Lanchi frowned slightly. Brothers, I don't think there is any enmity between us, right? Jun Xianming said in a low voice. They were clearly here to search for an opportunity. Now, it seemed that they had been set up. This made Jun Xuanming's mood not very good. He felt like a fool. No enmity? Ha! Didn't my brothers die at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao? The 10 princes of Jinwu said coldly. Jun Xianming was stunned when he heard that. Then he said, You are looking for trouble with the Jun family's son of God. What does it have to do with us? Jun Xianming felt very wronged. He had been set up for nothing. It doesn't matter. Your surname is also Jun. You also have the blood of the Jun family flowing in your bodies. We will capture you and then let Jun Xiaoyao come and die. The 10 princes of Jinwu's words were filled with killing intent. He was very confident in his strength. Besides, the Sun God Mountain was not the only one who wanted to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. As for the main and hidden branches, he didn't care about them. It was enough to lure Jun Xiaoyao here. 10 princes of Jinwu, you have gone too far. My hidden branch keeps a low profile. You don't have the right to be arrogant. Jun Xianming frowned. Although the hidden branch of the Jun family kept a low profile, it was still the Jun family. Not everyone could provoke it. Even if it was a force of the same level, they had to think carefully. Do you think I am the only one who is dissatisfied with Jun Xiaoyao? The 10 princes of Jinwu sneered. At this time, 2 more figures appeared. One of them was filled with a holy aura and wisps of faith power wrapped around his body. It was an extremely aloof man wearing a holy robe. It was Shang Tianyi, the leader of the 8 holy sons of the Gulen cult. The other one was wearing a golden dragon armor and had a golden dragon horn on his forehead. He held a golden dragon spear in his hand and had a handsome face. There was always a cold and arrogant crooked smile at the corner of his mouth. It was the young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, Xian Yi. The Dragon King Palace had also intervened in the Jun family's immortal battle. This Xian Yi was known as the Little Dragon King. He was one of the top outlawed sky prides in the Dragon King Palace. Seeing these 2 people appear, Jun Xianming, Jun Lanchi, and the others' expressions changed completely. With these people joining forces, no one could stop them unless Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan showed up. Although they were strong, it would be difficult for them to escape from such a formation. The 10 princes of Jinwu slowly raised his hand and began to activate the formation. In an instant, many formation patterns sealed the mountain range. At the same time, various killing lights appeared in the void. They were extremely bright and powerful. Jun Xianming, Jun Lanchi, and the others hurriedly retreated and formed a circle to resist the formation's suppression. Xing Tianyi and Xian Yi did not make a move. They did not care about Jun Xianming and the others. They only cared about Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that the fastest way to become famous on the ancient road of ultimate was to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot. Not to mention that the forces behind them had conflicts with Jun Xiaoyao. It was difficult to reconcile. Jun Xianming, this is great. Jun Lanchi gritted her teeth. She did not expect her ominous premonition to become reality. However, the only thing to be happy about was that the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others did not kill them immediately. They were obviously using them as bait. How can you blame me? It's all Jun Xiaoyao's fault. If he didn't make so many enemies, our hidden lineage would not be implicated. Chapter 743. Jun Xianming didn't reflect on his behavior. Instead, he pushed all the blame onto Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't make so many enemies, their hidden branch wouldn't be implicated. Jun Xianmingyu. Even Jun Lanqi was speechless. She didn't expect Jun Xianming to have such thoughts. Jun Xiaoyao fought in all directions, swept the ancient road, and raised the prestige of the Jun family. When everyone mentioned Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family, they were all full of awe and admiration. However, in Jun Xuanming's words, Jun Xiaoyao was like a troublemaker. What am I wrong? Our hidden branch lives in seclusion and pays attention to peace, not to stir up trouble and fight everywhere, Jun Xianming said. Jun Lanqi sighed deeply. Jun Xianming was a flower in a greenhouse, after all. She now also felt that there was something wrong with the hidden branch. There was something wrong with their thinking. All kinds of creatures competed for freedom in the frost world. Competition was the law of nature. It could never be escaped. But now was not the time to discuss this. They were like turtles in a jar, unable to resist. Will that Xiaoyao brother really come? Jun Lanqi couldn't help but think. She had heard so much about Jun Xiaoyao that her ears grew calluses. However, she hadn't really seen him yet. The news that the geniuses of the hidden branch of the Jun family were trapped spread out. Some geniuses who didn't know much were a little confused. They didn't understand what the hidden branch of the Jun family meant. As for those who knew a little about it, they all revealed surprised expressions. In this world of great battles, even the hidden branch of the Jun family began to walk in the world? If this was the case, would it have any connection with the main branch of the Jun family? This was no small matter. If the hidden branch returned, the overall strength of the Jun family would definitely skyrocket. At that time, even if the Xian Ting reorganized, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Jun family. Many geniuses rushed to the place where Jun Lanqi and the others were trapped, wanting to find out. And just the 3 top taboos, the 10 princes of Jinwu, Shangtiani, and Xianyi, were enough to attract attention. They were also very curious. If the son of God of the Jun family really came to the buried Emperor Star, would he stand up for the hidden branch that he had never met before? Many people in the buried Emperor Star were looking at the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. Another conspiracy was being carried out quietly. On the buried Emperor Star, in an ancient archipelago, a lithe and delicate little beauty was leaping between the archipelago like a rabbit. Her black hair and twin ponytails moved up and down with the girl's movements. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as fair as snow, and she was extremely beautiful. There were 2 dimples on her snow-white and tender face, making her even more charming. Who else could it be but Jiang Luoli? On this buried Emperor Star, where is the opportunity that belongs to me? Jiang Luoli was somewhat vexed. She had been searching for all kinds of opportunities to strengthen herself. Jiang Luoli also heard news about Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi from time to time. There was no need to mention Jun Xiaoyao. To him, miracles were something that could be created with a wave of his hand. However, Jiang Xingyi had also completely risen and had now become the most eye-catching existence on the ancient road. Her beauty and strength were on par. To be honest, Jiang Luoli was a little upset. Although she was also the apple of the Jiang family's eye and had the elemental spirit Tao body, compared to the innate spirit Tao body, it was still a little inferior. Of course, it was only a little inferior. After all, the elemental spirit Tao body could also be combined with the sacred body of the ancients to form the terrifying elemental spirit sacred body. The elemental spirit sacred body was not much weaker than the innate spirit Tao body. If the elemental spirit sacred body was born with almost unlimited magic power and an unparalleled physical body, it would be enough to dominate the world. Luoli, you have to work hard to become stronger. Jiang Luoli patted her jade-like cheeks with her small hands, and her starry eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Although Jun Xiaoyao was already very far ahead, she still would not give up. She did not want Jun Xiaoyao to ignore her existence. However, at this moment, Jiang Luoli suddenly stopped. She sensed a trace of disorder in the spirit qi of heaven and earth. The elemental spirit Tao body could not only absorb a huge amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth at all times, it could also use the elemental energy of heaven and earth to comprehend the origin energy of heaven and earth. All kinds of subtle changes could not escape the elemental spirit Tao body's detection. Jiang Luoli's heart thumped, and her footsteps began to move quickly. At this moment, 3 figures appeared directly from behind. "We've been discovered. Attack!" These 3 people were the Tarantula Bandits, the Army Destroyer Bandits, and the 7 Murderous Bandits. Jiang Luoli's small face changed color. The 13 bandits of the ancient road were definitely existences that made people tremble in fear. Most importantly, they would surround and kill people with all kinds of bloodlines and constitutions. Jiang Luoli also had the elemental spirit Tao body, so she was definitely worthy of being a target. Damn it, they're targeting me. Jiang Luoli's figure flashed rapidly, and her magic power surged out as if it was free. One of the characteristics of the elemental spirit Tao body was that it had almost limitless magic power. Because this kind of constitution could absorb spirit qi of heaven and earth at all times, there was no need to worry about the sea of qi drying up. Attack! Tarantula's trio's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Jiang Luoli misunderstood a little. The main reason they targeted her was not because of the elemental spirit Tao body. Instead, they wanted to capture her and use her to force Jiang Xingyi. Of course, the elemental spirit Tao body could also be absorbed by the immortal slaying bandits afterward. Tarantula waved her hand, and the pitch-black, demonic net spread out, enveloping Jiang Luoli. "Don't come over." "Ah!" Jiang Luoli was like a small volcano, constantly spewing magic power. All kinds of great magical powers appeared, destroying heaven and earth. She was like a walking Gatling gun, constantly unleashing firepower. Damn it, is this little girl's magic power endless? The Army Destroyer Bandit cursed under his breath. The pitch-black demonic net was directly torn apart by the tide of magical powers, as expected of a top-tier elemental spirit Tao body, but it's impossible for you to escape from us. We'll suppress you first, then force Jiang Xingyi out. The strength of Tarantula's trio was far beyond that of the previous bandits. Their strength had reached the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. Jiang Luoli's current cultivation was at the early stage of the Saint King realm. Therefore, even if the elemental spirit Tao body had endless magic power and could borrow the origin energy of heaven and earth, however, it was still a little difficult to deal with Tarantula's trio. Hearing Tarantula's trio's words, Jiang Luoli came to a sudden realization. It turned out that their main goal was not her elemental spirit Tao body, but to deal with Jiang Xingyi. After dealing with Jiang Xingyi, they would naturally deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli was very smart, and she immediately understood. The leader of the 13 bandits, the immortal slaying bandit, was so ambitious that he wanted to devour the innate spirit Tao body and the sacred body of the ancients at the same time. Of course, her elemental spirit Tao body would not let them go after that. Thinking of this, Jiang Luoli's big eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. She did not want to be a burden anymore. She did not want to drag down Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao. Greedy wolf, heart, devouring claw, army destroying slash, 7 killing breath. The 3 of them used their ultimate moves, and their magic power vibrated. The terrifying moves shattered many of the surrounding islands. Huge waves surged, and the seawater was split in half. Jiang Luoli also fought back. She was hit by the impact, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her pink lips. At this moment, an inexplicable fluctuation suddenly spread in front of them. Jiang Luoli glanced over. It was a door in the middle of the islands. It was extremely dark, and the surrounding sky and earth were dark. The door of life and death. It was one of the most famous opportunities on the buried Emperor star, but not many people dared to enter. 9 deaths and 1 life was not enough to describe the danger inside. When Jiang Luoli saw this, her big sparkling eyes revealed a wisp of determination and determination. She was short, but she would definitely not be a burden. She did not want to be kidnapped like before, and in the end, she had to rely on Jun Xiaoyao to save her. Big brother Xiaoyao, Luo Li is not afraid of death, but Luo Li is afraid that I can't even catch up to your back. Jiang Luoli's bright eyes were resolute. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the door of life and death. She pushed it open, and her petite body disappeared inside. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website, /book/5975/. Chapter 744. Tarantula and the other 2 looked grim as they watched Jiang Luoli disappear into the door of life and death. Their plan had failed. Why is this girl so stubborn? She doesn't match the rumors. Defeating army bandits' expression was gloomy. Bandits, like them, would always investigate the details of their prey before they went out to hunt. They naturally knew some information about Jiang Luoli. As the apple of the Jiang family's eye, Jiang Luoli had been doted on since she was young. Although she was like a flower in a greenhouse, she was not far off. She was often taken care of by Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao, so she was naive and innocent. Logically speaking, Jiang Luoli should have surrendered after being surrounded by them and waited for Jiang Xingyi or Jun Xiaoyao to save her. But the result was Jiang Luoli would rather enter the dangerous door of life and death than be captured by them. This was out of their expectations. What should we do next? 7 Kills Bandit asked. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. Jiang Luoli entering the door of life and death was basically over. They had completely offended Jun Xiaoyao. It was hard to imagine how Jun Xiaoyao would react if he knew about this. I won't enter the door of life and death to die. Defeating army bandit shook his head. Entering the door of life and death was almost certain death. The number of prodigies who had walked out of the door of life and death could be counted with one's fingers. Let's contact boss and let him make a decision, Tarantula said. They had originally planned to use Jiang Luoli to threaten Jiang Xingyi. Now that Jiang Luoli had entered the door of life and death, the entire plan had to be abandoned. They still had to listen to the immortal slaying bandits arrangements. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi still didn't know that Jiang Luoli was being targeted by bandits and forced into the door of life and death. She was traveling in an ancient land. Master, is it in this area? Jiang, Xingyi murmured in his heart. That's right. It's that aura. As the former headmaster of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, I'm very familiar with it, said the beautiful headmaster. Her name was Yu Qingning, and she was the first sect master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Queen Mother of the West is the founder of our Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She also has an innate spirit embryo. Not only that, but she also evolved her innate spirit embryo to the highest level and cultivated a 12 apertures immortal heart. 12 apertures immortal heart. Jiang, Xingyi murmured. The heart of 7 orifices Linglong was the heart of a saint. As for the innate Taoist embryo, if it transformed, it would give birth to the 9 orifice Linglong Taoist heart, which was the heart of Tao affirmation and monarch. Further up was the 12 apertures immortal heart. If one could cultivate a 12 apertures immortal heart, then they would have the qualifications to become an immortal. Don't think it's just a trace. One had to know that even the most terrifying great emperors would fight for a trace of a chance to become an immortal. They would even set up a trap for eternity. Xingyi, if you can get the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West this time, not to mention the 12 apertures immortal heart, you can at least cultivate a 9 orifice Linglong Taoist heart, Yu Qingning said. Xingyi, you must get the inheritance. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were bright with determination. It was because she knew Jun Xiaoyao that she understood how terrifying Jun Xiaoyao's talent was. He was an anomaly, a peerless monster, and an unfathomable existence. He was invincible among the younger generation and had never been defeated. Jun Xiaoyao's halo was too terrifying. He was the only one in history, not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with Jun Xiaoyao. Even trying to catch up with him would be a very difficult task. So, Jiang Xingyi wouldn't let go of any chance to become stronger. In front of her was a dilapidated ancient palace. Jiang Xingyi entered. In an instant, she seemed to have returned to the ancient jade, lake, sacred ground. There were clusters of flowers, grass, and spirit beasts. It was as if she had returned to the ancient times and arrived at the most prosperous period of the jade, lake, sacred ground. Xingyi, the test has begun. If you can pass it, you will get the greatest opportunity. Yu Qingying's voice sounded in Jiang Xingyi's mind. However, Yu Qingying thought that this test wouldn't be too difficult for Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi was one of the most talented juniors she had ever seen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen her as her disciple. More importantly, she, the former sect master of the Jade Lake, was there. There was no doubt that Jiang Xingyi would pass the test. It was only a matter of time. Just as Jiang Xingyi was about to take the test, in a place not far from this ancient land, two figures could be seen traversing through the void. One of them was a woman with hair like clouds. Her skin was crystal clear, and her body was shrouded in 9 colors. There were 9 divine halos behind her head that sprinkled runic radiance. The Tao law of order entwined around her, making her look like a goddess. If anyone was here and saw this woman, they would definitely be surprised. She was none other than the famous 9 transformations Celestial Silkworm of the Celestial Silkworm Valley, known as Princess Celestial Silkworm. The 9 divine halos behind her head were the symbol of her 9 transformations. Beside her was a handsome man with an evil aura. He was shrouded in demonic qi, as if a peerless demon king was hidden in his body. He was the outlawed sky pride of the ancient heavenly demon temple, Yao Yuekong. The ancient heavenly demon temple was a famous immortal faction of the demon race. Yao Yuekong admired Princess Celestial Silkworm. This time he took the initiative to ask to explore the opportunity with Princess Celestial Silkworm. Princess Celestial Silkworm refused at first and didn't care about Yao Yuekong at all. However, Yao Yuekong was too persistent. Princess Celestial Silkworm also felt that there was nothing wrong with having another tool, so she let him be. The Jade Lake sacred ground ruins should be in this ancient place. Princess Celestial Silkworm whispered. As the 9 transformations Celestial Silkworm of the Celestial Silkworm Valley, Princess Celestial Silkworm's talent was without a doubt. She was definitely one of the most terrifying figures on the ancient Ultimate Road. Her goal this time was the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds inheritance. It would be even better if she could obtain the legendary Jade Lake Immortal Sutra. In fact, if she could find some clues about Queen Mother of the West, it would definitely be a great harvest. It would be of great help to her. Don't worry, I will definitely help you obtain the Jade Lake's inheritance, Yao Yuekong said affectionately as his eyes revealed a hint of infatuation. Beautiful women were very attractive. Beautiful and powerful women were even more attractive. Although he was a taboo successor of the ancient heavenly demon temple, it wasn't easy to woo Princess Celestial Silkworm. Yes, thank you. Princess Celestial Silkworm nodded lightly. By the way, your divine Silkworm Valley's essence, Silkworm Daozi, and 8 transformations, Celestial Silkworm, perished one after another. Could it be that someone is secretly targeting you? Yao Yuekong asked. Princess Celestial Silkworm's expression froze when she heard that. Recently, the divine Silkworm Valley wasn't doing too well. 8 transformations, Celestial Silkworm, perished while exploring Black Abyss. As for Essence Silkworm Daozi, Princess Celestial Silkworm paused when she said that. Yao Yuekong's expression also turned solemn. The reason was simple. Essence Silkworm Daozi's death was related to Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jun Xiaoyao, who was he? He was a supreme figure who would feel reverence whenever his name was mentioned on the ancient ultimate road. Even someone as strong as Yao Yuekong was extremely wary of such a figure. Chapter 745. Primordial Silkworm Daozi is still too rash. He doesn't know how to size up the situation. Princess Divine Silkworm sighed lightly. If she had been present, Primordial Silkworm Daozi wouldn't have died. Princess Divine Silkworm knew that if she were to face Jun Xiaoyao, she might not be able to defeat him, but she could still deal with him calmly. I don't think it's Primordial Silkworm Daozi's fault. It's mainly because Jun Xiaoyao is too arrogant and unscrupulous, said Yao Yuekong with a smile. He admired Princess Divine Silkworm, so he naturally stood on her side. There's no need to pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao. He's indeed very powerful, but he might not be a fatal threat to me. Princess Divine Silkworm extended her jade-like hand to stroke her smooth and long hair. As a rare 9 transformations, Celestial Silkworm in Divine Silkworm Valley, she had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll stand by your side. Yao Yuekong smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth that shimmered with luster. Princess Divine Silkworm declined to comment. Although Yao Yuekong was a taboo successor of the ancient Heaven Fae, he was still inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. As though he saw the contempt in Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes, Yao Yuekong's smile faded slightly. He was a taboo successor of the ancient Heaven Fae after all. Did he not care about his reputation? Jun Xiaoyao, I'm looking forward to meeting you. Yao Yuekong muttered to himself. He and Princess Divine Silkworm rushed to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground ruins, and on the other side, in a hidden ancient cave, 3 figures flashed in. They were none other than Tarantula and company. They arrived at the end of the ancient cave. The air was filled with chaotic dermic powers fluctuations. All sorts of powers were mixed within. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emanated. The 3 of them held their breaths and entered. In the deepest part of the ancient cave, there was a blood pool. This blood pool was colorful and contained all sorts of treasured blood and rare bloodlines. Apart from that, there were also some broken limbs, eyeballs, and bones. One of the eyeballs was extremely dark and gloomy. Its pupil contained deep runes. It was the heavenly Nether Devil Eye. With a glance, it could pull a person into the netherworld mirage. There was another piece of bone with a colorful luster, flowing with elemental power. That was the 5 elemental Dao bone. Although it was far from a top-notch physique like the Supreme Being bone, it was still one of the top several hundred physiques among the 3,000. If a person possessed the 5 elemental Dao bone, they could easily control the power of the 5 elements. It could be said that any strand of blood or bone in this blood pool could be considered a precious treasure. If ordinary geniuses were to obtain and refine it, it would definitely be a great opportunity for them. And at this moment, so many bloodlines and constitutions were actually gathered in a pool. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool. It was a slender young girl, wearing a black silk dress that was as dark as the night. Her slender arms and slender legs were exposed. They were all very tender, and her skin was so white that it was almost transparent. There was not a trace of blood in it. Some bandages were wrapped around her arms and thighs. A head of fine black hair flowed down from her shoulders, falling into the blood pool like a black waterfall, staining it with blood. From her slender, swan-like neck, one could see her delicate, butterfly-like collarbones. There was a scarlet-red spider lily engraved on her collarbone. The young girl's pale skin set off this spider lily, which was incomparably enchanting. As for her face, it was covered by a ghost mask. The ghost mask looked like it was crying and laughing at the same time, as if it was mocking the world and also mocking itself. "Boss!" Tarantula, the army bandit, and the 7 murderous bandits bowed to the young girl. This young girl was the leader of the 13 bandits, the immortal slaying bandit. Perhaps many people would not have thought that the leader of the 13 bandits, the immortal slaying bandit, was actually a young girl wearing a ghost mask. You messed up. The young girl spoke slowly, her voice as ethereal as rain and as cold as frost. Tarantula and the other two felt their hearts tighten, and they almost stopped breathing. It was hard to imagine that Tarantula and the others, who were like demons in the eyes of many geniuses, would have such an expression at this moment. There was only one meaning behind this. The immortal slaying bandit was so terrifying that even Tarantula and the others felt fear in their hearts. Boss, we didn't know that Jiang Luoli had the courage to barge into the door of life and death. Otherwise, we would have captured her alive. The army bandit cupped his hands and said. The immortal slaying bandit did not reply. The ancient cave was silent for a moment. Tarantula and the other two were drenched in cold sweat. They were all Sage King experts, but at this moment they felt uneasy in their hearts. After a long time, the immortal slaying bandit said, You guys can leave now. Observe the movements of the buried Emperor Star and pay close attention to Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao. Yes. Then, boss, the next plan. Tarantula said, After I devour these bloodlines, I will go find Jiang Xingyi and personally extract the Xiantian Dao embryo from her body. The immortal slaying bandit's voice was indifferent. It was hard to imagine that such cruel words would come out of the young girl's mouth in such an indifferent and casual manner. Yes. Tarantula and the others cupped their hands and left. Only the immortal slaying bandit was left in the ancient cave. She slowly raised her hand, and a seal of doctrine floated in her palm. The immortal slaying bandit was also one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. Jun Xiaoyao. Why does this name give me a strange feeling? The immortal slaying bandit murmured to herself. She thought that her heart was already dead. She was already dead after she killed that person with her own hands. But now, she didn't know why, but after hearing the name Jun Xiaoyao again, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Next, I just need to devour the Xiantian Dao embryo and refine the sacred body of the ancients. Then, my life level will evolve again. As long as I become strong enough, I can enter the cycle of reincarnation and go to the other side, the immortal slaying bandit murmured and touched the red spider lily mark on her collarbone with one hand. She held the monarch seal of Dao validation in her other hand and merged it with her body without hesitation. Boom! Dermic powers surged in the immortal slaying bandit's body. Many black divine chains of order shot out from her body and wrapped around her treasured bones, arms, eyeballs, true blood, and so on. They were absorbing the divine power, essence, origin, and so on. The immortal slaying bandit's body was like a chaotic black hole. It was extremely ordinary, but it could refine and contain everything. After merging with the seal of doctrine, the immortal slaying bandit's realm was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. As she merged with the seal of doctrine, it also meant that she had inherited the destiny of the 7 defiant sovereigns. She had to kill Jun Xiaoyao. The entire buried Emperor Star was in a treacherous situation. There were geniuses who had obtained the Boundary Emperor's treasures and soared to the sky. There were also geniuses who were framed or plotted against and died on this star forever. At this moment, outside the buried Emperor Star, a white-robed figure emerged from the torn void. Immortal radiance was vast and mighty, and divine clouds filled the air. He was like a blurry, white-robed god. This is the buried Emperor Star. This figure was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. He could feel that there were many ancient opportunities buried on the buried Emperor Star. He cultivated with a treasured book and was extremely good at finding treasures. I wonder if I can meet some acquaintances on the buried Emperor Star? Jun Xiaoyao asked. He did not deliberately look for those acquaintances because he wanted them to get their own experience. Just as Jun Xiaoyao approached the buried Emperor Star, the half of the chaotic ancient Emperor talisman in his possession suddenly trembled slightly. It was as if there was some kind of resonance. Oh, a fish has taken the bait. So quickly? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a trace of light. It was time to harvest again. Chapter 746. On a desolate continent of the buried Emperor Star, a pagoda stood silently on the ground. This pagoda was rusty and extremely ancient. It was as if it had been buried underground for millions of years before finally seeing the light of day again. The entire pagoda was over 10,000 feet tall and had a total of 1,000 floors. It towered into the clouds. The other treasures of the buried Emperor Star were either overflowing with immortal qi, mysterious, or surging with great Tao runes and intertwining with divine chains of order. Only this pagoda did not seem to be attractive other than being a little taller. It looked simple and ordinary. However, at this moment, many sky prides appeared around this pagoda. Their eyes were burning as if they were waiting for this pagoda to open. I wonder how many floors I can pass this time when the chaotic ancient pagoda opens. This pagoda is not easy to pass. There are 1,000 marks of powerhouses on each floor. They were all enemies of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor when he was young. Do you think you can compare to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor? Many sky prides were whispering to each other. This pagoda was similar to the Gate of Life and Death. It was also a well-known place of opportunity on the buried Emperor Star. Although it did not have any strange phenomena surrounding it, it did not look particularly eye-catching. However, it was related to the legendary powerhouse, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. In previous eras, when the buried Emperor Star opened, the chaotic ancient pagoda was definitely the most lively place of opportunity. This was because the chaotic ancient pagoda could give the sky prides of the current generation a chance to measure their strength. The higher the floors, the closer their aptitude would be to the ancient Chaos Great Emperors. Many sky prides were eager to fight and their morale was high. Many of them were famous immortal descendants and outlawed sky prides of the ancient road. However, even they did not dare to say that they could reach the top floor. It was very difficult to even pass the 900th floor. Not many sky prides had been able to do so since ancient times. Amitabha, I've been looking forward to the chaotic ancient pagoda for a long time. Today I'm here to try it. In the distance, a golden light surged. A young monk riding a white jade lion arrived. It's the godson of the Western sect, Brahma. Some people looked at him. This was a famous young Buddhist powerhouse on the ancient road. Previously, he had also appeared at the ancient heavenly underworld temple of the ancient heavenly underworld star. However, he did not have any conflict with Jun Xiaoyao. I'm also interested in this chaotic ancient pagoda. A voice as clear as a silver bell rang out. A gorgeous carriage crossed the void, and a woman stepped out from it. She was dressed in a gold-threaded robe and wore a gold-threaded buyao on her head. She was graceful, luxurious, and extraordinarily beautiful. Her features were picturesque. Her lips and teeth were sparkling and translucent, and her muscles and bones were soft and supple. Her outstanding beauty was enough to make 100 flowers lose their splendor. It's Princess Yunshang of the Yu Hua Jin dynasty. I wonder if her brother is here? Some of the sky prides were stunned when they saw the noble lady. Princess Yunshang, Yu Yunshang, came from the Yu Hua Jin dynasty. As the strongest immortal Jin dynasty, the Yu Hua Jin dynasty was equally famous in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Their founding ancestor was the famous feather transformation immortal emperor of the immortal realms. He was a legendary expert on par with the Qin clan's founding emperor. As for the younger generation of the Yu Jin dynasty, they would naturally not remain silent in this era of great strife. The Yu Jin dynasty's supreme outlawed sky pride was known as the Yu Hua King. Princess Yunshang was the younger sister of the Yu Hua King. Yu Yunshang grew up under the care of her brother, the Yu Hua King, and naturally developed a playful and naive personality. Due to the Yu Hua King, not many sky prides on the ultimate ancient road dared to provoke this princess. They would all show the Yu Hua king some respect. It seems like only Princess Yunshang is here this time. Her brother, the Yu Hua king, is not here. That's normal. The chaotic ancient pagoda isn't the only fortuitous encounter in the buried Emperor Star. Perhaps the Yu Hua king has obtained other rare inheritances. If the Yu Hua king is here, he might be able to reach the 900th floor. Many people were discussing. Hearing these discussions, Yu Yunshang revealed a proud smile. The person she admired the most was her brother, the Yu Hua king. If my brother is here, he might be able to reach the top floor, Yu Yunshang thought. However, the Yu Hua king was currently searching for the traces left behind by the Yu Hua emperor on the buried Emperor Star. Therefore, he did not come. There weren't many fortuitous encounters in the buried Emperor Star, but the chaotic ancient emperor wasn't the only one. The Yu Hua emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, and many others had left their traces on this ancient star. At this moment, the entire chaotic ancient pagoda suddenly began to tremble. An ancient, desolate aura filled the air. It was accompanied by an intense battle intent. This intense battle intent seemed to be able to overturn the heavens. It was filled with boundless fighting spirit. In many people's minds, an unyielding figure seemed to have appeared. Plop! A large number of sky prides knelt down under the pressure of the battle intent. Even Fan Tian, Yu Yunshang, and the other undying successors felt a suffocating pressure. The chaotic ancient pagoda is about to open. Some sky prides shouted, "Rumble!" Just as the chaotic ancient pagoda was about to open, a rumbling sound could be heard from afar. A figure was walking over with majestic steps. Every step he took resonated with the heavens and earth. At the same time, there was a terrifying battle intent that seemed to be of the same origin as the chaotic ancient pagoda. That person is Yu Yunshang, Fan Tian, and the others looked over at the same time. It was a young man in a black and gold robe. His face was devilishly handsome, and he had a domineering aura about him. He also exuded a strong battle intent, as if he was trying to resonate with the chaotic ancient pagoda. The son of god of the Qin clan, Qin Wudao. Many sky prides were shocked. However, after thinking about it, they felt that it was within their expectations. It was rumored that Qin Wudao had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor and was the legitimate successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor. However, no one could verify this news. However, one thing was certain. Qin Wudao had the ancient Chaos Emperor's incomplete Emperor artifact, the ancient Chaos Emperor's talisman. Just based on this relationship, Qin Wudao would not miss the opportunity to open the chaotic ancient pagoda. Qin Wudao. Fan Tian's eyes were filled with seriousness. Fortunately, the chaotic ancient pagoda was mainly testing the strength of the ancient Chaos Emperor's opponents when he was young. It was not a competition between sky prides. So handsome and his aura is so strong. However, compared to him, my brother is still stronger. Yu Yunchang muttered in her heart. As the son of god of the ancient Chaos family, Qin Wudao's strength was unquestionable. However, in Yu Yunchang's heart, she was still biased towards her brother. She felt that her brother was stronger. The Western sect and the Ascension Jin dynasty. Qin Wudao glanced at Fan Tian and Yu Yunchang, then retracted his gaze. If it's the reincarnated Bodhisattva Di and the Ascension Emperor, then I will pay attention. Qin Wudao did not care about the two of them. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Yu Yunchang wrinkled her nose, feeling a little unhappy. However, after sensing Qin Wudao's overbearing battle intent, she was tactful enough to let it go. Qin Wudao stepped into the chaotic ancient pagoda. Amitabha. Lord Brahma chanted the name of Buddha and entered as well. I don't believe that my strength will shock all of you. Yu Yunchang snorted and also entered the chaotic ancient pagoda. The Ascension Emperor was the supreme taboo of the Ascension Jin dynasty. As the Ascension Emperor's sister, Yu Yunchang was naturally not weak. Seeing these few people enter the chaotic ancient pagoda, The rest of the undying descendants and sky prides also swarmed into the chaotic ancient pagoda. At this moment, the sky prides who had yet to enter the chaotic ancient pagoda suddenly felt an extremely oppressive aura. This oppressive aura was not much weaker than the battle intent of the chaotic ancient pagoda. Many sky prides who were not suppressed by the battle intent of the chaotic ancient pagoda directly knelt on the ground under this oppressive aura. This caused many to be shocked. Their hearts were filled with shock as they looked up. They saw the transcendent figure that was like a deity. Chapter 747. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and the sky trembled. The terrifying battle intent released by the chaotic ancient tower seemed to be trampled under the feet of that white-robed figure. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe was spotless. He looked like a god. He was like a young immortal walking in the mortal world. The June family's son of God. Those sky prides who had yet to enter the chaotic ancient tower widened their eyes when they saw the white-robed figure in the sky. Even their breathing stopped. The current Jun Xiaoyao was definitely the most eye-catching existence on the ancient road of ultimate destination. Wherever he was, he would be the center of attention. Some time ago, the Jun family's son of God used his avatar to cause trouble at Gu Tizi's wedding. However, no one knew where his true body was. I didn't expect him to have come to the buried Emperor Star. Jun Xiaoyao's action of snatching the bride had caused a huge impact. Gu Tizi had lost all his face, especially when Jun Xiaoyao used his avatar to fight against the successors of the four great immortal orthodoxies. Although it was just a simple exchange, it still shocked everyone. A single avatar was already so powerful. How powerful was Jun Xiaoyao's true body? Many people were curious, and now they could witness it with their own eyes. Jun Xiaoyao did not pay any attention to the shocked looks on his face. He sized up the chaotic ancient tower. It seems that Qin Wudao has already entered the chaotic ancient tower. It doesn't matter. I'll deal with him after the tower. Only those who survive can be called the successor of ancient chaos. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. For example, Wang Tong of the Northern Wang family had also obtained part of ancient chaos's inheritance. And then, Jun Xiaoyao benefited from it. Half of the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman had also fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. It had also helped him solve many problems. Therefore, no matter who the successor was, everything would be fine once the person died. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed not the legitimate successor of ancient chaos. However, as long as he killed the successor of ancient chaos, he would be the successor of ancient chaos. There was no problem with this logic. Jun Xiaoyao no longer hesitated and stepped into the ancient chaos pagoda. The moment he stepped into the ancient chaos tower, Jun Xiaoyao felt the space around him change. He looked around. Surprisingly, he was in an alley. All kinds of smoke and fire from the mortal world blew in his face. Hawkers hawked their wares, restaurants, inns, and crowds jostled one another. It was like an ordinary small town in the mortal world. Hee, you little brat, if it wasn't for me sponsoring you, your sickly father would have died a long time ago. You're lucky that I'm willing to take over your mother. A greasy middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks sneered disdainfully. A hint of surprise flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's eyes before realization dawned on him. After killing Wang Tong and obtaining the other half of the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman, Wang Tong's expression changed drastically. Jun Xiaoyao was also interested in the deeds of the ancient chaos great emperor and looked up some information. It was rumored that the ancient chaos emperor was born in the wilderness. The first time he fought in his life was with a wealthy businessman named Wang Ermatzi, because Wang Ermatzi wanted to take over his mother. Of course, the result was needless to say. The young ancient chaos great emperor was taught a lesson and was almost beaten to death. This was the first defeat of the ancient chaos great emperor. At the same time, it also started the miserable first half of his life. He had fought 1,000 battles and had never won a single one. So that's how it is. I understand. Jun Xiaoyao understood. Every genius that stepped into the ancient Chaos Tower would experience the first half of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life. They would also face the enemies that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor faced. There were 1,000 floors in the ancient Chaos Tower, which meant that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor faced 1,000 enemies in the first half of his life. After the ancient Chaos Great Emperor became an emperor, he personally built the ancient Chaos Tower in order to choose his successor. He also imprinted all the enemies he faced in the first half of his life into the ancient Chaos Tower for future generations to temper themselves. This Wang Ermatzi was the first enemy of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Although he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a strand of Jun Xiaoyao's aura, but he was the first defeat of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor in the first half of his life, which had a special meaning. Why do I feel that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor and I are two extremes? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but ponder. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor was born in an ordinary family. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was born in a glorious family. His starting point was the end that many people couldn't reach in their lifetime. The first half of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life was miserable. His parents, relatives, and lovers were all dead. He was defeated again and again, and his Tao heart almost collapsed. As for Jun Xiaoyao, since his birth he had a perfect family, accompanied by beautiful women, and had never tasted defeat. He even cultivated an invincible Tao heart. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao and the ancient Chaos Great Emperor were two extremes. They belonged to two opposite ends of the scale. The contrast was too great. He vaguely felt that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor wouldn't be willing to give his inheritance to someone like him. Let's go through the tower first. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even move a finger. He only leaked a wisp of his aura, and Wang Ermatzi's figure collapsed. The surrounding scene retreated as if it had melted. Jun Xiaoyao went up to the second level. Of course, the further he went, the stronger the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's opponents would be. They wouldn't be as simple as Wang Ermatzi. The scene of the second stage was in a city of flames that reached the sky. The opponents were a group of bandits. One of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's childhood sweethearts was raped to death by the bandits. The young ancient Chaos Great Emperor could only watch. He wanted to resist, but in the end he was covered in wounds and almost died. Moreover, it was a cultivator passing by who defeated the bandits and saved Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. How tragic! Even Jun Xiaoyao sighed. With a thought, everything in the second level was turned to ashes. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the next level of the ancient Chaos Tower with extreme speed. Jun Xiaoyao felt like he had experienced half of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life. His father and mother died one after another. His sweetheart died. His friend died for him. The word tragic was written on the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's forehead. Even Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. The other great emperors were either peerless, invincible, or became famous when they were young. They were accompanied by beautiful women and were in high spirits. Only the ancient Chaos Great Emperor lived a miserable life. His family and friends were all dead. He didn't marry or have children. Even when he rose to power in the second half of his life and became a great emperor, he spent it in endless battles. What an unconventional great emperor, Jun Xiaoyao thought. However, he didn't underestimate the ancient Chaos Great Emperor because of this. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor wasn't like the Jun family's Qitian Great Emperor, who was unparalleled since birth. However, he still walked a path to fight against fate. This path was worthy of Jun Xiaoyao's reference. He was comprehending the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Tao while he was going through the tower. At this moment, the geniuses outside the ancient Chaos Tower who hadn't entered, yet were staring at the tower with their mouths agape. They saw a dot of light flashing up at an extremely fast speed. That should be the Jun family's son of God, right? That's terrifying. He's not going through the tower at all. He's going all the way. Many geniuses exclaimed. However, there were also some geniuses who had reservations. Let's continue watching. The first few hundred levels of the ancient Chaos Tower aren't too difficult. The Qin family son of God and Lord Brahma aren't slow either. The main thing is that there will be some extremely powerful and terrifying opponents later on. Some geniuses said with fear in their eyes. There were 1,000 levels of the ancient Chaos Tower. The further one went, the stronger the opponents would be. Among them, there might even be terrifying characters that could suppress ancient Chaos Emperor. Of course, that was before the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Tao. After the Tao, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor had never tasted defeat. Chapter 748. As time passed, almost all of the geniuses had entered the ancient Chaos Tower. However, as the geniuses entered, there were also geniuses who were transferred out of the ancient Chaos Tower. They had failed. In fact, after a few hundred levels of the ancient Chaos Tower, some of the ancient Chaos Emperor's enemies were already very terrifying. As for the geniuses who were eliminated, they kept staring at the ancient Chaos Tower. There were more than 10 light spots on it, and they were all very fast. Among them, there were 4 light spots that were the fastest. Everyone knew that they were Jun Xiaoyao, Qin Wudao, Fan Tian, and Yu Yunchang. Of course, Qin Wudao and the other 2 didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had entered the ancient Chaos Tower. After entering the ancient Chaos Tower, all of the geniuses would be assigned to an independent space. On the 530th level of the ancient Chaos Tower, Qin Wudao had one hand behind his back, and the other hand casually struck out, destroying the imprint in front of him. With this level of strength, you dare to block my path? I, Qin Wudao, will defeat all of Senior Ancient Chaos's opponents one by one. Qin Wudao's lips curled into a confident smile. He already saw himself as the successor of Ancient Chaos. Although Qin Wudao's fate wasn't as bleak as Ancient Chaos's, he still rose from the side branch of the Qin family. His path of fortune and opportunity allowed him to become the son of God of the Qin family step by step. He wasn't like Jun Xiaoyao, who was born with a noble status and became the son of God and the sequence 0. To a certain extent, he was somewhat similar to Jun Wanjie of the Jun family. This time, I will step onto the top of the ancient Chaos Tower. Qin Wudao's eyes were burning with flames. He believed that he had the strength and qualifications to do so. On the 511th level of the ancient Chaos Tower, Fan Tian was also attacking, destroying the enemies at a very fast speed. He had appeared at the Temple of Doom in the Tianming Ancient Star and encountered Jun Xiaoyao. It was reasonable to say that the Little Western Paradise of the Huangtian mystic realm was related to the Western Paradise sect. Jun Xiaorao and the Little Western Paradise had a conflict, and he even killed the ancient freak of the Little Western Paradise, Jade Fozi. Fan Tian couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he was very wise. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao's strength, he didn't fight with him. So until now, he was still alive and well. If the reincarnated Arhut D is here, how many levels can he reach? Brahma thought, although he was a disciple of the Western Paradise sect. The Western Paradise sect's reincarnated D's reincarnated Fozis was the reincarnated D's reincarnated. Rumor had it that D Fuzi was the reincarnation of a Buddhist bigwig. On the 500th level, Princess, Princesses weak. Princess, Princess. Ancient you past was past, as her ancients' God was sex heaven was. If my brother were here, he might be able to reach the top. Yunchang pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be a little obsessed with her brother. I wonder how many levels Qin Wudao and Fan Tian can reach, especially Qin Wudao. I heard that he is the successor of Ancient Chaos. If he really obtains the inheritance of Ancient Chaos, he might really become Big Brother's rival. Yu Yunchang thought. Previously, even though she said that Qin Wudao was not as good as her brother, Feather King, she was only biased. Qin Wudao's strength had already been proven through many battles. If he could obtain ancient Chaos's inheritance this time, his strength would definitely rise to another level. Even the Ascendant King would be threatened. Who cares? My brother is also looking for the Feather Transformation Emperor's opportunity. It won't be any worse than Ancient Chaos Emperor's opportunity. Yu Yunchang said confidently. Her brother would definitely be the #1 person in this world of great battles. All the geniuses were training in the ancient Chaos Tower. Although not everyone had the chance to reach the 900th step, they still had the chance to reach the 900th step. But at the very least, their cultivation had been tempered. At the same time, he had personally experienced the first half of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life. This kind of experience was the most valuable. After all, not everyone could understand the growth path of a great emperor. If one carefully comprehended and pondered over it, they would gain a lot. Even Jun Xiaoyao was experiencing it as he fought his way through the tower. Even though his life experience was completely different from ancient Chaos Great Emperors. But this did not stop him from experiencing the first half of ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life. This would give him new insights. As time passed, the geniuses were sent out of the ancient Chaos Tower one after another. In fact, after the 500th level, the opponents of ancient Chaos Great Emperor were already very strong. The 600th level, the 700th level, the 800th level, the higher the level, the more geniuses were sent out. In the end, there were only a dozen dots of light that were still flickering on the ancient Chaos Tower. Who is that dot of light? Could it be the son of God of the Qin clan? Some of the geniuses who had already entered the ancient Chaos Tower and did not see Jun Xiaoyao noticed the dots of light and asked in surprise, it's not Qin Wudao. It's a peerless figure that you will never guess." Some of the geniuses laughed and kept them in suspense. "Don't keep us in suspense. Who is it that is faster than ancient Chaos Great Emperor Qin Wudao?" "Ancient Chaos Great Emperor Qin Wudao? How is he compared to the son of God of the Jun clan?" Some of them revealed a smile. "What? That dot of light is the son of God of the Jun clan." Many of the geniuses who did not know were surprised. If this fierce person came, then Qin Wudao might really be in danger. The son of God of the Jun clan is best at creating miracles. Today we might be able to witness a miracle. One of the geniuses looked up at the ancient Chaos Tower and sighed. Outside the ancient Chaos Tower, everyone's eyes were fixed on the tower. Now, there were only a dozen dots of light on the ancient Chaos Tower. However, there were only 4 people who had rushed to the 800th level. Jun Xiaoyao, Qin Wudao, Fan Tian, and Yu Yunchang. However, they did not last long. Around the 850th level, a graceful figure was teleported out. It was Yu Yunchang. She was panting, and her temples were wet with sweat. Her breathing was chaotic. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot. Yu Yunchang bit her red lips and stomped her feet. "I underestimated the great emperor's opponents when he was young. They are not weak." Even Yu Yunchang did not expect this. After the 800th level, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's enemies were each more powerful than the last. The crown prince of a certain Jin dynasty, the tabooed descendant of an ancient force, or the young sacred spirits who had been buried for 10,000 years. Any one of them could be considered a top figure in the world. At first, Yu Yunchang did not think much of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, who had been defeated half his life. She thought that he was far inferior to the Feather Great Emperor of the Jin dynasty. But now, after experiencing the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's experience, Yu Yunchang admired him. This kind of unconventional great emperor was worthy of respect. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Fan Tian's figure also appeared. He lasted a bit longer than Yu Yunchang and reached the 890th floor. "Monk, it seems that you also did not pass the 900th level." Yu Yunchang raised her eyebrows and said. In her opinion, those who could pass the 900th level were definitely the top of the top, the taboo of the taboo. Only her brother, the Feather Great Emperor, the Xian Ting's princess, Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, the reincarnated Buddha Di, and the 9 transformations, celestial silkworm, were qualified to pass. Amitabha, although I did not pass the 900th level, I have gained something. Fan Tian put his palms together. He was not greedy. Sigh, it seems that we all lost to Qin Wudao. Yu Yunchang sighed and glanced at the ancient chaos tower. Her eyes suddenly froze. That was because there was not one light spot above the 900th floor of the ancient chaos tower, but 2. Who is the other person? Yu Yunchang asked in surprise. Chapter 749. In her opinion, if there was anyone among the Sky Prides present who could reach the 900th floor, it would only be Qin Wushuang. Qin Wudao was undoubtedly the only one, because he had half of the ancient Chaos Talisman. He could be considered the successor of the ancient Chaos Talisman. His strength was also not weak. But now there were 2 light spots above the 900th floor. Who is the other light spot? It's not much slower than Qin Wudao. Yu Yunchang was very surprised. At this time, one of the Sky Prides below hesitantly said, Princess Yunchang, you might have misunderstood. Misunderstood? What do you mean? Yu Yunchang was puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, the light spot below is the son of God of the Qin family, said the Sky Prides. What? Yu Yunchang raised her eyebrows, even more surprised. Qin Wudao was actually the one at the bottom? Princess Yunchang, you might not know, but after you entered the ancient Chaos Tower, another person came. Who? Yu Yunchang asked. The son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, said the Sky Pride, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Jun Xiaoyao. Yu Yunchang's delicate body trembled. She was very surprised. The son of God of the Jun family. Fan Tian's expression was also rippling, unable to calm down. He had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's strength with his own eyes. Back at the Temple of Doom, Jun Xiaoyao was already so strong that it was suffocating. Now that so much time had passed, how strong had Jun Xiaoyao become? Fan Tian did not dare to imagine. Jun Xiaoyao, it's actually him. Yu Yunchang was a little absent-minded. Even if she did not deliberately inquire about Jun Xiaoyao's deeds, news about Jun Xiaoyao would still ring in her ears from time to time. Most importantly, her brother, the Ascending King, whom she admired the most, had once said, In the entire ancient road of Ultimate, there are less than 10 people who are qualified to fight with me, and there is only one person who can defeat me, and that is the son of God of the Jun family. At that time, when Yu Yunchang heard this, she was a little disapproving. In her opinion, her brother was too modest. Ever since the Ascendant King was born, he too had never tasted defeat. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, it was too much to say that he could defeat her brother. Of course, she didn't think Jun Xiaoyao was weak. Today, I would like to see if the son of God of the Jun family, who is good at creating miracles, can make the impossible possible again. Yu Yunchang put her hands on her hips and waited. Since ancient times, the ancient Chaos Pagoda had opened more than once. However, not a single person was able to step onto the 1000th floor. There were a few who managed to reach the 990th floor. She was very curious. Exactly how much ability did this figure, that had created countless miracles and was renowned to the point everyone on the ancient Ultimate Road know of him? And it was even to the extent that her older brother was extremely fearful of him possess. Also, I heard that this son of God of the Jun family is as handsome as a celestial being. He can capture the heart of any woman in an instant. I'm curious, Yu Yunchang muttered. Her brother, the Ascendant King, had a head of silver hair and was extremely handsome. He was the dream man of countless princesses and noble ladies of the Jin dynasty. In Yu Yunchang's opinion, her brother was the most perfect male god. It was almost impossible to find a man more perfect than her brother. At least, Yu Yunchang had yet to find a man more charming than her brother in the younger generation. By the way, monk, haven't you seen Jun Xiaoyao before? Yu Yunchang glanced at Fan Tian. Fan Tian was silent for a moment and said, "If I were a nun, I would choose to return to the secular world after seeing the son of God of the Jun family." Is that necessary? Yu Yunchang was speechless, and her lips twitched slightly. She was getting more and more curious. Inside the ancient Chaos Pagoda, Qin Wudao naturally didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived and was even ahead of him. I should be the only one who has reached the 900th floor. However, this is not the limit. Qin Wudao's eyes shone brightly. If he could obtain the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Pagoda, he, Qin Wudao, would stand out and become one of the few people who stood at the peak. Qin Wudao continued to challenge the pagoda. He didn't know that someone had already stepped on his head and left him behind. After the 900th floor of the ancient Chaos Pagoda, even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao couldn't shatter the enemy with just a wisp of aura like before. At the later stages, the enemies of the ancient Chaos Pagoda became more and more terrifying. In this era of great battles, they were all people who stood at the top. Of course, this was only a little troublesome for Jun Xiaoyao. On the 990th floor, Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was a young dragon race taboo. A true dragon youngling? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. The young ancient Chaos Pagoda had actually competed with a true dragon youngling. Of course, the ancient Chaos Pagoda still lost that time. It was very miserable and he almost died. Ancient Chaos Pagoda. Let's not talk about his strength for now. Among the great emperors, his survival ability is really strong. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. He also understood why the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman had such a strong primordial spirit protection effect. This was a life-saving treasure refined by the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman. Jun Xiaoyao fought the true dragon youngling with his bare hands and finally tore it in half. As for Qin Wudao, he was even slower and spent a lot of time. Finally, on the 998th floor, Jun Xiaoyao and Qin Wudao both met with great resistance, because this time their opponent was not one person, but a total of 7 people. Those 7 people were like gods and demons, swallowing the essence of the universe. Their aura was so strong that it could crush an ancient star. The 7 heroes of the ancient Chaos Pagoda. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes had a trace of seriousness. This was definitely one of the strongest enemies of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman when he was young. They had once forced the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman to another star field. These 7 people all had the potential to prove their Tao. Even Jun Xiaoyao took some time to deal with these 7 people. As for Qin Wudao, he was in an even more difficult situation. He was surrounded by the 7 people and forced to retreat. No, I want to walk the path of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman when he was young. I, Qin Wudao, am not weaker than anyone. Qin Wudao roared and used the Qin clan's powerful sacred art. Although Jun Xiaoyao was met with resistance, he was still relatively calm. Heaven's wheel of death. Jun Xiaoyao controlled life with one hand and death with the other. Life and death alternated as if he could control the fate of life and death. Life and death, immortal qi, wrapped around his body. Even the 7 heroes of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman were crushed under Jun Xiaoyao's strong suppression. Jun Xiaoyao was an eternal taboo that even the heavens feared. Although the 7 heroes of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman were the old enemies of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman, it was still not enough to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao destroyed the 7 figures. Level 998 passed. Jun Xiaoyao's vision blurred as he was transported to the next level. Actually, Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious. According to some historical records, the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman's greatest enemies were the 7 heroes of the ancient Chaos Pagoda talisman. There were still 2 levels left in the ancient Chaos Pagoda. What kind of existences would the opponents in the next 2 levels be? Jun Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was guessing, he arrived at the ancient Chaos Pagoda's 999 level. This level was misty, as if he had arrived at an ancient place. This is... Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. This kind of environment was like an ancient land of opportunity. However, according to some historical records, the ancient Chaos Pagoda Talisman's fortune was not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to counterattack. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao saw a hazy figure in front of him. That graceful and peerless celestial figure stood proudly in the center of the universe. 3,000 black strands of hair flowed, and each strand of hair seemed to extend into endless time and space. She seemed to be able to ascend to immortality at any time. She was so beautiful that it felt unreal. However, what made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes tremble was not the woman herself. Instead, she was wearing a ghost mask on her face. She looked like she was crying, yet not crying and yet not smiling. Only a pair of eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It was as if a female immortal had come alive from an ancient historical painting. When Jun Xiaoyao arrived at this level, the woman's eyes also fell on him. It was as if she had passed through the ancient river of time and was looking at him from the past. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook. At some point, he even had an illusion. It was as if this ghost mask woman was not a mark left by the ancient Chaos Pagoda Talisman. Instead, it was truly standing in the past, staring at him through the river of time. Chapter 750. It's her again! Jun Xiaoyao couldn't have been more familiar with the ghost face, which looked like it was both crying and smiling at the same time. From the ghost-masked girl in the heavenly Dao Tower, to the ghost-masked woman on the altar in the lower realm, to the bronze immortal palace and now in front of him. Although Jun Xiaoyao had never really seen her, he felt that she was everywhere. There were many places where she left her footprints. She seemed to be strolling in the ancient history of the immortal realm, as if she was looking for something. At this moment, her eyes were looking at him. Even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao had a faint feeling of being seen through. He didn't like this feeling. I am a transmigrator. In this world, I am not tainted by any karma. If she is looking for someone's shadow, then I can only disappoint her. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He was him, Jun Xiaoyao. In the past, present, and future, he would not be anyone else. Although he had never seen the ghost-masked woman, the ghost-masked woman had already formed a karmic connection with him through various opportunities. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care what kind of attitude this woman had towards him. He believed that the big shots of the Jun family would not allow some taboo existence to interfere with his path. Then, some images appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, which surprised him. This was indeed a place of opportunity, an opportunity found by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor when he was young. He seemed to have seen the ghost-masked woman. Then, it was merely the back of a peerless fairy. When Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was young, he was almost forced to kneel on the ground. This made Jun Xiaoyao speechless. A back view, pressing down on the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, almost made him kneel. That ghost-masked woman was simply terrifying to the extreme. Definitely a taboo existence in ancient history. Of course, this didn't mean that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor was weak. After all, at that time he hadn't confirmed his Tao and become the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. But he was already strong enough and was at the critical stage of transformation. No wonder. Could it be that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor had obtained the opportunity of the ghost-masked woman and thus transformed? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. Although the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life was bumpy, he also had many opportunities. It was rumored that he had obtained more than one great monarch opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create his own path and create his own technique after accumulating so much knowledge. His technique was called the Chaotic Heaven's Secret Technique. If that's the case, then we're in trouble, Jun Xiaoyao frowned. He didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, he felt that it was even more troublesome. Didn't that mean he would have to defeat the ghost-masked woman in order to reach the 1,000th floor? Who was this ghost-masked woman? He might very well be one of the most outstanding figures in the history of the immortal realms. Facing such a character, Jun Xiaoyao could not afford to be careless. He was indeed confident, but that didn't mean he was conceited. Just a back view, or even just an after-image imprint, was enough to make the young ancient chaos great emperor almost kneel down. She was on a completely different level from the 7 heroes of the chaotic heavens. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking about whether he should directly make a move, the ghost-masked woman suddenly stretched out her hand. Her fingers were long and slender as white as jade. There was also a bronze ring on her jade finger. She seemed to be holding a ball of light in her hand. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. He stepped forward and slowly stretched out his hand. He touched the ghost-masked woman's hand. It wasn't an illusion like he had imagined. There was a gentle and delicate feeling. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. Was this a real person? Or had she touched him through the river of time? Then, the ball of light dissipated, leaving behind a flower. It was a flower that looked ordinary and unremarkable. Even someone as knowledgeable as Jun Xiaoyao was unable to recognize what kind of flower the flower was right away. But what surprised Jun Xiaoyao the most was this flower wasn't an illusion, nor was it an imprint. It was a real flower. This was very strange. One had to know that the figures in the ancient Chaos Tower were all imprinted by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor with supreme means. Logically speaking, everything was illusory. It was impossible for it to be real. But the flower that the ghost-masked woman gave out was real. Jun Xiaoyao felt a little incredulous. This kind of method was beyond his understanding. If it wasn't for the arrangement of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, then it could only be that the ghost-masked woman had used some kind of method to step into the river of time and give this flower to him. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the ghost-masked woman again. The ghost-masked woman's figure retreated. Then the fog was hazy, drowning everything. Wait. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, but he didn't catch anything. The ghost-masked woman didn't say a word. She only gave him a flower and disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao took a light breath and looked at the flower in his hand. It was pure white and flawless. Vaguely, there were some Dao patterns flickering. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't see anything for a moment. It didn't feel like a product of this era. Perhaps it was some kind of rare, ancient medicinal plant that had even gone extinct. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and put it into a spatial artifact. I thought there would be a big battle I didn't expect. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly absent-minded. He almost attacked the ghost-masked woman. In the end, the ghost-masked woman only gave him a flower and disappeared. I can't have passed this level just like that, right? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. However, it was just as Jun Xiaoyao thought. He was teleported out of this place and ascended to the 1,000th floor. Jun Xiaoyao was very surprised. At the same time, there was a slightly complicated look in his eyes. He knew that the ghost-masked woman had helped him once again and formed another karmic connection. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for Jun Xiaoyao to pass this floor with force. Just as Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the 1,000th floor, the 999th floor, a figure staggered in. It was Qin Wudao. Cough, cough. The 7 heroes of the chaotic heavens are not bad, but I still passed. This figure was Qin Wudao. Although he was in a sorry state at the moment, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, there was a flame in his eyes that was filled with excitement. Even the 7 heroes of the chaotic heavens, the archenemies of the ancient Chaos Emperor, couldn't stop him. What reason did he have not to ascend to the 1,000th floor? As the successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor, I will ascend to the top. Qin Wudao's fighting spirit was high. His entire body was surging with energy. However, in the next moment, his eyes were hazy. Faintly, a peerless figure appeared. Qin Wudao didn't even see clearly before he felt a terrifying and boundless energy attacking him. In front of this energy, Qin Wudao felt that he was like a drop in the ocean, incomparably small. He didn't even have the chance to react. His body suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was blasted out of the ancient Chaos Tower and heavily landed on the ground. Boom! The sound of a meteor hitting the ground exploded. The ground cracked, and a huge crack spread out like a spider web. In the middle lay Qin Wudao in an incomparably sorry state. Blood covered his chin. In all directions, all the geniuses were stunned. They couldn't recover from their shock. It's the Qin clan son of God. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Qin Wudao. There was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. This Qin Wudao seemed to be a little miserable. Looks like he still failed. Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian's gaze also fell. How could this be? How could this be? Just a little bit more, and I would have reached the top. Qin Wudao stood up from the pit. He was in a daze, and his mind was blank. Wasn't he the successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor? There was no problem with his strength and aptitude. Ascending to the 1,000th floor and obtaining the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor should be a sure thing. But now, how could it be like this? If he was defeated after a great battle, then Qin Wudao would have nothing to say. He could only say that his skills were not as good as his opponent. But the problem was, he had just stepped onto the 999th floor. He didn't even see his opponent's figure clearly and was blasted out. It felt like that peerless figure deliberately didn't want him to pass. Chapter 751. Qin Wudao felt aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. This feeling was like a competition that had ended before it even started. I am the successor of ancient chaos. Only I have the right to reach the top. Qin Wudao clenched his fists in confusion. I didn't expect you to reach the 999th floor. This is beyond my expectations. Yu Yunchang stepped forward and said. Fan Tian's eyes also revealed a solemn look. This Qin Wudao was able to reach the 999th floor, which was enough to prove his talent and strength. He was comparable to the young ancient Chaos Emperor. Although he didn't reach the top, he wasn't far off. To me, it's meaningless if I don't reach the top. Qin Wudao's face was shrouded in haze. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to obtain ancient Chaos Emperor's fortune again. Who was that figure? How could it be so powerful? Not to mention resisting. I couldn't even see it clearly. Qin Wudao was unwilling. However, he also knew that even if he tried again, the result would be the same. The figure on the 999th floor was simply terrifying to the extreme. Who was the opponent on the 999th floor? Yu Yunchang blinked her beautiful eyes curiously. Qin Wudao's brows were gloomy. After a while he said coldly, I didn't see it clearly either, but it was definitely an unfathomable forbidden existence. An unfathomable forbidden existence? Then no one can reach the 1,000th floor? Yu Yunchang raised her eyebrows and said, Of course. Even I couldn't see the figure clearly before I was forced out by the aura. If it was anyone else, it would be the same. Qin Wudao said with a sullen face. Is that so? Then is that person a ghost? Yu Yunchang's eyes suddenly revealed a sly and playful look. Qin Wudao was puzzled. His eyes turned and looked at the ancient Chaos Tower. Then his eyes froze. His face froze. His body seemed to have turned into a block of wood, unable to move. What did he see? A light spot on the 1,000th floor. That meant that someone had passed the 999th floor and reached the 1,000th floor. This is impossible. Even Qin Wudao, who had always been calm and overbearing, couldn't help but lose his voice at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He had just said that there was a taboo existence on the 999th floor, and no one would be able to clear it. But now, someone had reached the top of the tower. This slap to the face was too quick. It's impossible for anyone to pass through the 999th floor. Could it be that there's a problem with the ancient Chaos Tower? Qin Wan Dao couldn't believe it. After all, only those who had personally experienced it would know how terrifying that blurry figure was. If it were Princess Ling Yen, Gu Tizi, the reincarnated Arhut Di, the Ascendant King, and other outlawed sky prides, there would be no suspense at all, let alone him. This was a death trap set by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor that no one could break out of. Unless that light spot was stronger than all of the current outlawed sky prides. Only if he was stronger than the young, ancient, Chaos Great Emperor would he have a slight chance of passing. But was it possible? Was there such a heaven-defying monster in the world? If you can't do it yourself, then why can't others? Yu Yunchang pursed her lips. Previously, she thought that Qin Wudao might be a threat to her brother, the Ascendant King. Now it seemed that he was just SOSO. I can guarantee that even your brother, the Ascendant King, would never pass, Qin Wudao said in a deep voice. Oh, so you're saying that Jun Xiaoyao is stronger than my brother? Yu Yinchang asked. What? It's him. Qin Wudao's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to come to the ancient Chaos Tower, and he didn't expect him to reach the top. That's right, that light spot is Jun Xiaoyao. Yu Yunchang shrugged her shoulders. Qin Wudao's expression changed. He didn't have much contact with Jun Xiaoyao. Their only interaction was when Jun Xiaoyao killed his clan brother, Qin Zimo. This grudge was neither big nor small. But the question was, why was Jun Xiaoyao able to pass the 999th floor but he couldn't? Impossible, even if Jun Xiaoyao is as godly as the rumors say. He can't be that figure's opponent. Qin Wudao gritted his teeth, unwilling to believe it. Oh, could it be that the opponent let him reach the top? Yu Yunchang crossed her arms in front of her chest and said disapprovingly. She hated people who didn't want to admit defeat the most. However, Yu Yunchang had no way to know that her guess was correct. Qin Wudao's face darkened. He didn't deny that Jun Xiaoyao was strong because it was a fact that all the sky prides on the ancient path acknowledged. But he didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could deal with that terrifying figure. It's fine if he reached the top, but if he obtained the opportunity of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Qin Wudao was unwilling. He was the true successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. But now, the opportunity might be obtained by Jun Xiaoyao. Jealousy made him lose his mind. If he really obtained the opportunity of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, then Qin Wudao's eyes were deep and dark. He had always been a domineering and egotistical person. If it was his, then he must get it. Qin Wudao didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could pass the 999th floor with his own strength. He must have used some special method. Seeing the cold battle intent in Qin Wudao's eyes, Brahma, who was not far away, put his palms together and chanted, Amit Ba, people always have to experience setbacks to learn how to grow. Brahma believed that Qin Wudao would be taught a lesson by Jun Xiaoyao in the future, while the spectators were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's arrival at the top of the pagoda. Jun Xiaoyao had also arrived at the top of the ancient Chaos Pagoda. The 999th floor is the mark of the ghost-masked woman that the ancient Chaos Emperor encountered when he obtained the opportunity. Then the last floor. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he pondered. What was in the last floor? Who was the ultimate opponent of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor? In front of him, there was a dense fog and darkness. Jun Xiaoyao was sure that this was not a scene from the real world. Jun Xiaoyao strolled for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he heard a thumping sound. It sounded like a heartbeat. In front of him, an egg-like object appeared in the darkness. It was beating like a heart. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He remembered a record about the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. In the first half of his life, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor tasted 1,000 defeats. His Tao heart collapsed and he almost collapsed. But in the end, he transformed. He fused thousands of opportunities and forcefully proved his Tao. He created the invincible, chaotic heaven's secret technique and swept through his generation. The most important point was that the ancient chaos great emperor's Tao heart collapsed and transformed into a devil fetus. Then he broke out of his cocoon and rose to power. He swept through his generation and defeated all his enemies in the first half of his life. Could this be? Jun Xiaoyao's heart trembled. At this moment, the egg-like object suddenly cracked open. Endless divine chains of order shot out, and runes imprinted themselves in the vast expanse, filling up this space. A figure appeared from within, standing with his hands behind his back, with his back facing Jun Xiaoyao. His figure was tall and imposing, alone at the top, lonely for eternity. You are. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his heart uneasy. The figure, with his back facing Jun Xiaoyao, slowly opened his mouth, his voice filled with vicissitudes of life. Chaotic heaven and earth, from ancient times until now, only one person. My name is Ancient Chaos! Chapter 752. As soon as the two words Ancient Chaos were spoken, endless fighting spirit and vigorous battle intent swept through the entire space. That fighting spirit made even the heavens tremble. That fighting spirit made the universe tremble. That was a roar of indignation in the face of fate. Thousands of hammers, thousands of blazing fires, thousands of defeats could not extinguish his will. At this moment, this legendary figure appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Although it was only a mark, that aura was enough to make any sky pride of the current generation bow their heads. Jun Xiaoyao also felt an extreme sense of oppression, as if he was facing an invincible god of war. Just as I guessed, the final opponent of ancient chaos is himself. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He was not too surprised. After all, what was that saying again? A person's greatest opponent in life was himself. It was easy to defeat others, but difficult to defeat oneself. In the beginning, ancient chaos had experienced countless setbacks and struggles, and his Taoist heart had collapsed. In the end, he defeated himself, gave birth to a demon fetus, broke out of his cocoon, and was reborn, changing his fate with his own hands. Jun Xiaoyao admired such a person. It seems that the final challenge is to defeat Senior. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The person in front of him was indeed ancient chaos, but it was also not ancient chaos. Strictly speaking, it was the inner demon of ancient chaos when he broke out of his cocoon and transformed into a demon fetus. It could also be said that it was the other side of ancient chaos. Ancient chaos defeated this inner demon of his and finally succeeded in nirvana. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had to defeat him in order to obtain the opportunity of ancient chaos. You leave. The inner demon's back was still facing Jun Xiaoyao, and its tone was indifferent. It was only a trace of ancient chaos's inner demon brand, and its strength was naturally incomparable to the real ancient chaos. Even so, this brand was almost unbeatable among the young sky prides of the current generation. A trace of ancient chaos's inner demon brand was enough to defeat all the young outlawed sky prides of the current generation. Why? Jun Xiaoyao responded as if he had expected this. Your Tao is incompatible with mine. You are not my successor. The ancient chaos inner demon said. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, not surprised at all. He had already predicted that the ancient chaos great emperor might not be willing for someone like him to obtain the inheritance. This was because Jun Xiaoyao and ancient chaos fates were too different. They were like two extremes. One was born in the wilderness, while the other was born in a family of the remote antiquity. One had suffered 1,000 crushing defeats in the first half of his life, while the other had dominated the world since his birth. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao did not meet the criteria of being the successor of ancient chaos. Even Wang Teng was only able to obtain a portion of ancient chaos inheritance due to his great luck. Senior, what is your Tao? Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. My fate is to defy the heavens. the ancient heart demon said. These 4 simple words were the footnote of ancient chaos life. I admire your way of doing things, Senior, but Jun Xiaoyao paused and changed the topic all of a sudden. Defying the heavens is no longer new. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying aura poured out and pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was still standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Even in the face of the ancient chaos great emperor's inner demon, his expression was still as calm as water. If it were other sky prides, even outlawed sky prides, they would definitely be suppressed by now. Junior, I'll give you a chance to regret it. The ancient heart demon's tone was as cold as a bottomless abyss. Everyone's Tao was not to be blasphemed, let alone a great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao's words were a little offensive. I have my own understanding of the word defying the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. If it were other sky prides, they would be trembling in fear and treading on thin ice in front of the ancient heart demon. They would not even dare to say a word, let alone offend him. However, Jun Xiaoyao dared to do so. Although he admired ancient chaos, it did not mean that he had to face him with a humble attitude. Oh, the ancient heart demon's back was still facing Jun Xiaoyao. However, there was a hint of curiosity in his tone. This junior is a little different. Jun Xiaoyao continued. The premise of defying the heavens is to place yourself below the heavens. If you're weaker than the heavens, you'll be suppressed by the heavens. Only then will you choose to defy the heavens. However, Jun Xiaoyao paused abruptly at that point. Then Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and pointed at the heavens. I'm born to be the leader of all. Only I can live as long as the heavens. Since we're on the same level, why should the heavens be above me? Jun Xiaoyao's words were so loud that even the deaf could hear them. Since he was on the same level as the heavens, how could the heavens dare to be above him? His simple words were enough to swallow mountains and rivers. His arrogance caused the ancient heart demon's expression to change. He turned around and stared straight at Jun Xiaoyao with a gaze as sharp as a sword. This junior dares to compare himself to the heavens. Junior, your words are too arrogant. Is this your Tao? The ancient heart demon said with a deep gaze. Haha, arrogant? I don't think so. When I become an immortal, I'll change the heavens and the earth. I'll reconstruct the mountains and rivers and establish my order. Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the ancient heart demon to be even more shocked. One must know that one shouldn't speak carelessly. There were many things that had a cause and effect. Once one offended the existence in the unseen world, one would most likely be met with unimaginable misfortune. And in front of him, this arrogant junior in white dared to say such arrogant words. It was enough to prove that he had his own confidence. Junior, your name. The ancient heart demon's expression was much more serious than before. He even placed Jun Xiaoyao on the same level as him. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves and said, Jun family Xiaoyao. Jun family, it's that Jun family. No wonder. The ancient heart demon suddenly understood. That clan had always produced some heaven-defying freaks. Even when the ancient chaos great emperor was at his peak and was invincible in the immortal realm, he had never provoked the Jun family. The Jun family's position wasn't something that a great emperor could shake. If a great emperor dared to provoke the Jun family, he would be met with an unimaginable calamity. That family has produced many monsters, but I didn't expect that there would be such an anomaly in the future. The ancient heart demon also faintly felt that this white-clothed youth in front of him was the biggest anomaly in this era of great battles. If that was the case, he indeed had the qualifications to obtain his inheritance. After all, the ancient chaos great emperor had been fighting against the heavens, people, and fate all his life. If his successor was an anomaly, then he could be considered to have inherited his undying will to fight against the heavens and the earth. If you want to obtain the opportunity, then defeat me. the ancient heart demon said with his hands behind his back. He naturally couldn't be like the ghost-masked woman on the 999th level and let Jun Xiaoyao obtain his inheritance so easily. He also wanted to know how much ability this anomaly of the Jun family had. "Oh, Senior, are you sure you want to fight?" Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "Why, are you afraid?" the ancient heart demon asked. "That's not it. I'm just afraid that Senior will recall some memories that you don't want to recall." Jun Xiaoyao smiled. "Memories that you don't want to recall?" The ancient heart demon's gaze was deep. "Yes, such as tasting defeat again." Chapter 753. When Jun Xiaoyao said those words, the atmosphere was dead silent. It could be said that in the entire world, only Jun Xiaoyao dared to say those words in front of ancient chaos. If other geniuses wanted to obtain the inheritance of their predecessors, they would all be respectful and fearful, afraid that they would not be qualified. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. He treated this as a form of training. It was naturally good to be able to obtain ancient chaos's inheritance. It was fine if he couldn't get it. To him, even becoming a great emperor was not the end. So what was the great emperor's inheritance? When ancient chaos heard those words, he was silent. After a long time, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "Haha, interesting. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the future. I really want to be born in this brilliant era. Then I'm afraid you can only be second." Jun Xiaoyao also laughed. What he said was the truth. If ancient chaos was born in this era, Jun Xiaoyao was confident that he could suppress him. When he became an emperor, all the emperors would submit. When he became an immortal, the world would be rewritten. "Come, fight with me. 1,000 defeats will not extinguish my will. What's the harm in losing this time?" Ancient Chaos waved his hand and said, "Excuse me." Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything else and directly attacked. He took a step forward, and many mysterious Dao patterns appeared under his feet. The Kuan Peng was used at extreme speed. Almost in an instant, Jun Xiaoyao rushed in front of Ancient Chaos and punched down with a simple punch. A vast golden light shone brightly, illuminating the world. Vigorous qi and blood erupted like a volcano, turning into a long dragon of qi and blood that pierced through the sky. Kuan Peng technique and the sacred body of the ancients. Ancient Chaos's eyesight was so high that he could see Jun Xiaoyao's background at a glance. He stretched out his palm, and his 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars that pressed down. Its might was simply enough to directly shatter an ancient star. One had to know that this was just a trace of ancient Chaos's inner demon brand when he was young. And it was this trace of ancient Chaos's inner demon brand that still had such power after such a long time. It was enough to know how strong the true ancient Chaos Emperor was. It could be said that this trace of ancient Chaos's inner demon brand was enough to defeat all the geniuses of the era. Even the supreme outlawed geniuses would be suppressed to the extreme in front of the inner demon brand, unable to turn the situation around. However, Jun Xiaoyao could not be measured by common sense. Jun Xiaoyao's fists trembled. As the patterns of Great Path intertwined, an incredibly huge shadow of a Kunping appeared. With a swing of his tail, tens of thousands of runes splashed in the void. Kuan Peng Infinite Divine Fist. The fist wind was the fist's inner demon brand new ancient chaos. Boom! The inner demon's inner yuan. Ancient chaos of ancient chaos's inner demon's inner demon brand. New ancient chaos ancient of chaos. Of ancient to the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao took a few steps back and shook his arm, dispersing the terrifying force. A hint of surprise flashed across ancient heart demon's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was beyond his expectations. In fact, ancient chaos did not think that any future geniuses would be able to pass through the 1,000th level. The reason why he set up an ancient chaos's inner demon brand was only to select a successor. If Qin Wan Dao had ascended, ancient Chaos's inner demon might have given him some tests. If he passed, he would be given the inheritance. However, ancient Chaos's inner demon was interested in Jun Xiaoyao, which was why he fought with him. To him, even if Jun Xiaoyao did not defeat him in the end, he would still give him some inheritance. However, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have exceeded his expectations at the moment, as expected of a mark left behind by an ancient emperor. Looks like I can no longer hide my strength. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, if ancient Chaos's inner demon heard this, he would most likely be speechless. He was still holding back when fighting against the mark left behind by an ancient emperor. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who dared to do something like that. Immortal slaying sword art. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword. The sword light flickered and shone brightly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sword immortal. His white robe fluttered, and the sword light split the sky. Ancient Chaos's inner demon also made his move. His 5 fingers formed a fist and punched out. A terrifying battle intent gushed out. Golden spears and armored horses, swallowing thousands of miles. It was as if 100 world-shaking kings punched out at the same time, shattering the universe. 100 Battle King Fist. This was one of ancient Chaos's ultimate techniques. With a punch, just the battle intent alone was enough to intimidate the enemy and cause their primordial spirit to crack. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid. His primordial spirit had already reached the unparalleled level. He would not be affected by this battle intent at all. Jun Xiaoyao pointed out with his sword finger. Sword qi as thick as a mountain swept out, as if it could wipe out thousands of stars. The sword finger and fist collided, erupting with boundless brilliance. Spiritual power surged and whistled. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a resplendent divine chain of order rushed out from his forehead, turning into a golden short sword. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. Moreover, the timing of Jun Xiaoyao's attack was very tricky. It was right at the moment when the two collided and the spiritual power drowned out everything. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's battle ability was also very powerful. Not bad. Ancient Chaos's inner demon muttered. His other hand blocked in front of him, directly blocking the primitive Emperor Dao sword. Oh, then what about this? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Ancient Chaos's inner demon narrowed his eyes. Around him, the illusory image of a stalk of grass suddenly appeared. Each stalk of grass had 9 leaves. Extremely mysterious and complicated patterns were imprinted on them. As the leaves vibrated, there was a shocking sword qi gushing out. Grass symbol sword art. And it was not just one sword qi. With Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, he had already mastered the grass symbol sword art. Jun Xiaoyao directly planted the sword qi of the grass symbol sword art in the void. At this moment, it surrounded ancient Chaos's inner demon and bloomed together. Sword qi shook the void and slashed towards ancient Chaos's inner demon. The grass symbol sword art was extremely powerful. It was said that a stalk of grass could cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Immortal slaughtering sword art, primitive Emperor Dao sword, grass symbol sword art. Jun Xiaoyao was able to perform 3 of the 5 divine arts in a short amount of time. From that, it was apparent that Jun Xiaoyao's mastery of all kinds of moves and abilities had reached a level where he could master them all. Immovable King art. Around ancient Chaos's inner demon, the illusory image of a fiend god appeared, protecting his body and blocking the slash of the grass symbol sword qi. Emperor Realm experts had many tricks up their sleeves. Even though the ancient Chaos Heart Devil was just a trace of an imprint, it still possessed many mystic techniques. What he was using now was only a small part of it. Myriad shadows, Chaos reversal art. Ancient Chaos's inner demon activated his divine art again. Many figures suddenly appeared around him, and each of them was incomparably powerful. The true dragon's youngling, the young sacred spirit, and even the 7 heroes of chaotic heavens appeared. What kind of divine art is this? To be able to imprint all the enemies I've faced and turn them into an attack. Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised when he saw this scene. To be able to turn the enemy's figures into an attack, this move was a little impressive. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. Emperor realm experts were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Their various means were unpredictable. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was calm. He did not panic at all. Boom! The true dragon's youngling figure charged forward, turning into a golden, sacred dragon. Its dragon claws tore through the void. The young sacred spirit also charged forward. Its body was like divine gold, crushing everything. The 7 heroes of chaotic heavens also surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. It's about time, Ancient Chaos's inner demon muttered when he saw this scene. He was deliberately making things difficult for Jun Xiaoyao. The current generation of Skype rides could not resist at all. Not bad, but it's still far from my limit. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the 36 Summer worlds in his body. In an instant, a terrifying divine power shattered the void around him. This space could not withstand the divine power that overflowed from his body. 6 paths. Reincarnation fist. Jun Xiaoyao punched out. 6 reincarnation vortexes appeared. It was as if 6 reincarnation worlds were revolving around his fist. Rumble. It was as if 6 ancient universes were crushing over. In an instant, all the figures were annihilated by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Senior, if you don't show your true strength, you can't do anything to me. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his fist and stood with his hands behind his back. It was as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. It was as if a divine king was overlooking the mortal world. Even Ancient Chaos's inner demon was slightly dazed for a moment. He was being looked down on. Chapter 754. The Ancient Heart Demon was stunned. What did it mean to be looked down upon by a junior? Although he was only a trace of the Heart Demon's mark, it was still a mark left behind by the arch. Did he not care about his face? It seems that I have underestimated you, the Ancient Heart Demon said. Feel free to make your move, Senior. If I fail, I will back out without any hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He had entered the Ancient Chaos Tower to obtain Ancient Chaos's opportunity, but he also wanted to train himself, and the Ancient Heart Demon was undoubtedly the best opponent. All right, since that is the case, I will not hold back. The Ancient Heart Demon was very straightforward. In the beginning, he only treated Jun Xiaoyao as a junior. At the moment, however, he truly saw Jun Xiaoyao as an equal opponent. Myriad Tao spirits transformation, net of the heavens. The Ancient Heart Demon attacked again, and it was an extreme move. Everything in the world, mountains, rivers, seas, grass, trees, insects, and fish all appeared. The spirits of the heavens transformed into the Tao, and dense Tao runes appeared and intertwined in the void. It was as if it had formed a heavenly net that encompassed everything in the universe. Everything was about to be enveloped within it. This was an extremely terrifying technique that required one to comprehend all the spirits in the world to comprehend the essence of it. A hint of joy appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. It was the excitement of meeting an opponent. In the past, Jun Xiaoyao had always been invincible against any opponent he faced. But that was too boring. Jun Xiaoyao even felt a little bored. But now, facing the Ancient Heart Demon, he was finally interested. His long-dormant fighting spirit was stimulated. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hands, and powerful magical energy surged. The will of life and death flowed between his palms. At the same time, a huge yin-yang rune appeared behind him, crushing down like the sky. Sacred physique, yin-yang life, and death image. Jun Xiaoyao controlled life with one hand and death with the other. The heaven's death wheel was also executed. Since the ancient heart demon used the net of the heavens to trap him, then he would use the heaven's death wheel to tear everything apart. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao's palms moved as if he had broken through the boundary of life and death, superimposing the power of the yin-yang diagram of life and death. The Tao patterns in front of him were all torn apart and obliterated. At the same time, a blazing brilliance gathered at his chest and spread out. A Tao rune hand that was filled with the aura of the heavens was like the hand of a god. It stretched out across the sky and suppressed the ancient heart devil. The sovereign bone's ability, hand of heaven. This is the supreme bone. The ancient heart demon was astonished for a moment. The bone of supremacy was also a top-notch physique among the 3,000 physiques. Acquiring either the sacred body of the ancients or the bones of supremacy would allow one to reach the pinnacle. But now, they had appeared on the same person at the same time. As expected of this era's divergent, the ancient heart devil also sighed. He rotated his hands and performed another divine ability to block the hand of heaven. However, Jun Xiaoyao took the opportunity to dash in and engage in close-quarters combat with the mental demon. "I'm not afraid of this kind of battle," the ancient heart demon said indifferently. Ancient Chaos had spent his entire life in battle. His battle methods were unpredictable. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of battle instincts, Ancient Chaos was definitely one of the best among the great emperors. Boom! 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 Dense rumbling sounds were heard. In a short moment, the two of them had exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. Magic power exploded and the universe shook. If it were any other prodigy, they would not be able to withstand such intensity of battle. However, Jun Xiaoyao had an unparalleled physique and was equally powerful in close combat. Of course, compared to the battle-hardened Ancient Chaos, he was still a little inexperienced. However, the ancient heart demon was surprised to discover something. As time passed, Jun Xiaoyao's battle methods became more and more skillful. What terrifying comprehension! The ancient heart demon was very surprised. If ordinary prodigies were to face his attacks, they would find it difficult to even block them, let alone comprehend them. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was trying to comprehend his fighting style as he fought. His comprehension was simply amazing. If that's the case, what's the harm in helping you? The ancient heart demon did not care. So be it if Jun Xiaoyao wanted to steal his techniques. He did not care. Bang! After another collision, Jun Xiaoyao retreated and felt his arm go numb. As expected of a great emperor, even a mark of the ancient heart demon has such strength. Jun Xiaoyao praised. Although he was in the great sage realm, his realm was already very high. Compared to a great emperor, he still had a long way to go. However, Jun Xiaoyao was very happy to be able to experience a trace of a great emperor's power in advance. To be able to hold on for so long in the hands of the fourth great emperor, it seems like your previous words weren't arrogant, the ancient heart demon said. Senior, you have yet to display your true strength, right? Jun Xiaoyao said, "If I were to display it, it wouldn't be as simple as failing the pagoda. Instead, I would die." The ancient heart demon looked straight at Jun Xiaoyao. "Senior, you don't have to worry. Just display it." Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Hearing this, the ancient heart demon sighed. "All right, if you can hold on this time, the inheritance is yours." As the ancient heart demon's voice fell, both of his hands started to move, drawing out mysterious patterns in the void. Horizontal, vertical, chaotic heaven's secret technique, cross starfield intersection. Two huge cracks appeared in the void, one horizontal and one vertical. It was as if a terrifying door had been opened. A huge cross-shaped crack appeared in the void, swallowing everything within. Chaotic heaven's secret technique. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned serious. The ancient chaos inner demon finally unleashed the forbidden technique that the ancient chaos great emperor had once created. This was definitely the core inheritance of the ancient chaos emperor. If it was obtained by a sky pride, they would be able to rise up and kill all the experts with the secret technique alone. Jun Xiaoyao was very cautious. The supreme bone in his chest glowed once again. A series of powers of reincarnation were gathering before eventually forming a gigantic roulette in the void. The second ability of the supreme bone, reincarnation wheel. Rumble. The reincarnation wheel smashed forward, colliding with a huge cross-shaped crack in the void. That power was indescribable. Luckily, it was within the ancient Chaos Tower. If it was on the buried Emperor Star, it could definitely sink a continent. Rumble. Intense ripples of energy swept out. Even Jun Xiaoyao was pushed back by the impact. Of course, the ancient heart demon's figure also became slightly fainter. It was obvious that he had used up some energy. To display the chaotic heaven secret technique, it required a large amount of energy. This is the last move. You still have the chance to regret it, the ancient heart demon said. Come. Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was clearly expressed with that one simple word. He wanted to fight to the end. The ancient heart demon did not say anything else and activated the forbidden technique. Chaotic Heaven's secret technique, eternal exile. With a single sentence, the void was destroyed. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Countless cracks appeared in the void, as if they led to different chaotic spaces. This was a forbidden technique that could banish someone to an unknown chaotic plane. They could even swim in the endless void forever or be torn apart by the void turbulence. This forbidden technique was terrifying to the extreme. Once it was displayed, it was as if it could swallow everything into the chaotic void abyss. Chapter 755. The void was filled with endless void abyss and dimensional cracks. Every abyssal rift led to a chaotic and unknown plane of darkness. This was a terrifying technique that could be called a forbidden technique. If it was used by the ancient Chaos Emperor at his peak, he could even pull a star field into the void abyss. All living beings would be sucked into an unknown dimension. They could be torn apart by the void storm, or they could be trapped in it forever. This was a technique created by the ancient Chaos Emperor himself, and it was also the technique that made him famous. The ancient Chaos Emperor had used this technique to banish many powerful opponents. Jun Xiaoyao's face turned solemn when he saw this. This eternal banishment was the core of the ancient Chaos Emperor's secret technique, and it was also the most powerful technique. It could not be underestimated. Jun Xiaoyao's body was surrounded by chaotic mist as green lotuses bloomed. Sacred physique phenomenon, chaotic green lotus. At the same time, a majestic figure emitted endless brilliance as immortal energy wrapped around it. Sacred physique phenomenon, immortal king, descends to the 9 heavens. The two phenomenons were unleashed, wanting to prop up the void and defend against this ultimate move of the ancient Chaos Heart Devil. Even though the ancient Chaos Heart Devil was only a trace of an imprint, the might of this move was still shocking. Rumble. Swathes of void abyss spread out. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that even the sacred physique phenomenon was about to be engulfed. Layers upon layers of dimensional abysses instantly buried Jun Xiaoyao. Even the sacred body phenomenon was swallowed by it. Of course, this did not mean that the sacred physique phenomenon was weak. It was just that Jun Xiaoyao and his sacred physique phenomenon were both banished by this technique. It could not be considered a true failure, but as long as one was swallowed by the void abyss, it would be extremely difficult to come out. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao disappear into the void abyss, the ancient chaos inner demon had a complicated expression. It was not that he wanted to be ruthless. It was just that once this technique was used, it would be difficult to stop. Since Jun Xiaoyao was already sucked into the void abyss, even he would not be able to pull him back. Furthermore, the ancient chaos inner demon had said that Jun Xiaoyao still had a chance to regret. However, Jun Xiaoyao was too stubborn. It seems like it's over, but with his ability he should not die so easily. With the June family's ability, it would not be too difficult to find him in an unknown dimension, but it would take a long time to wait for the next inheritor. The ancient chaos, Inner Demon sighed. Although he was only a mark, he still had thoughts. To be honest, he admired Jun Xiaoyao. Ancient chaos was already crazy. Who would have thought that there would be such a crazy person in the future? He simply didn't place anything in his eyes, surpassing all rules and common sense. His talent is unparalleled. It's a pity that he's still too young. The ancient chaos heart devil shook its head and turned around to dissipate. But in the next moment, dong! Suddenly, a trembling sound came from the abyss that was about to close up. Amen. The ancient heart devil was surprised. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was in a strange space-time. Layers upon layers of the void abyss were intertwined with each other, trapping him within. All the light around him was swallowed up, as if he was banished to the end of the universe. Jun Xiaoyao was drifting within, as if he was walking on a path of no return. In front of him, he could faintly see a crack that was about to close. That was the entrance to the banishment. However, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if countless huge hands were grabbing him tightly, trying to drag him into the endless abyss of the void. It could be said that if it was anyone else in this situation, their mind would definitely go blank, unable to think at all. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. There was no trace of panic on his peerless face. As expected of the technique created by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Just this technique alone is enough to leave his name in history. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a blazing light. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor's technique was indeed amazing. However, Jun Xiaoyao, was not without his own technique. My technique is not weak either. Jun Xiaoyao activated his magical power and divine energy, gathering the power of the 36 summer worlds together. In his dantian, the power of the inner universe began to spread out. The power of the universe's origin also surged out. Although Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was only in the initial stages, it was suppressed by the creation Jade Disk. It had also integrated the living soil of the 9 heavens, rootless water, undying divine fire and wind of the great void. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe had gradually begun to develop on its own. Compared to the beginning, the power of the inner universe had increased by more than a few times. At this moment, the power of the inner universe was activated, and it was simply earth-shattering. Jun Xiaoyao raised his left hand, and endless mysterious runes spread out. Extreme divine light shone, as if it was the first light of the creation of the world. It cut through the dark chaos and illuminated this eternal dark universe. Genesis, light of God. That was not all. Jun Xiaoyao raised his right hand again. The power of the universe's origin, accompanied by the power of the heavenly punishment of sins, spread out, and endless dark, red, karmic threads of sins intertwined. It was like the deepest and darkest punishment in the world. Genesis, God's punishment. Jun Xiaoyao's 2 hands controlled 2 extreme powers, as if the god of destruction and regeneration had descended to the mortal world. This was a technique that belonged to him. If it continued to transform, it would not be inferior to the chaotic sky secret technique. There was even a possibility of surpassing it. Jun Xiaoyao's palms slowly merged, and the 2 great Tao of origin powers also intertwined and fused together. A terrifying apocalyptic wave shook, and even the surrounding dark dimensional universe seemed to be torn apart and blasted apart. The fusion of the 2 great Tao of origin powers, coupled with the power of the inner universe and the power of the summer worlds. That wave of energy was terrifying beyond compare. My Tao is above all. My Tao is above all. My Tao destroys all obstacles. Jun Xiaoyao's ultimate technique erupted, and a terrifying apocalyptic wave shook out. The surrounding layers of void abyss were almost shattered in an instant. A powerful ray of destruction pierced through the rift and slammed into the entrance of the rift. Boom! The universe collapsed, and the space was destroyed. The entire chaotic ancient tower shook violently, and the heavens and earth roared. The chaotic ancient heart demon suddenly turned his head and saw an indescribable light of destruction break through the layers of cracks in the void and sweep towards him. The chaotic ancient heart devil felt a sense of danger for the first time in a long time. It was a sense of danger that was on the verge of death. The chaotic ancient heart devil instinctively raised his hand to block, but he felt an extreme destructive power. In front of this destructive power, he even felt his body showing signs of disintegrating. This is his technique. The chaotic ancient heart devil was in a daze. Amidst the dazzling destructive light, a peerless figure in white slowly stepped out from the shattered void with his hands behind his back. Like a god, he broke through the darkness and descended to the mortal world. Senior, you have lost. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile website /book/5975/ Chapter 756. You have lost. The ancient chaos mental demon only heard these 3 words. Then he felt that the power of the imprint in his body was being worn down. One had to know that this was an imprint left behind by Adarch. At this moment, it was gradually disintegrating. This was absolutely unbelievable, because the one who disintegrated this imprint was only a great sage. The destructive waves of the move gradually dissipated with the passage of time. The ancient chaos mental demon did not completely disappear, but it was not much better. At this moment, his body was extremely illusory, as if he had exhausted all the energy of this imprint. However, the ancient chaos mental demon did not have any resentment or anger. Instead, there was a look of amazement in his eyes. Such an anomaly was really an eye-opener. The ancient chaos mental demon asked, "This is your self-created technique?" Jun Xiaoyao nodded and said, "That's right. This technique is called Genesis." Genesis. The ancient chaos mental demon muttered. Who could create Genesis? Without a doubt, only a god. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the epitome of the word crazy. But his craziness was not the kind of craziness that he talked about all day long. His every move, his talent, his strength, they were all proof. He had the capital to be crazy. If this technique is perfected, it will not be weaker than the chaotic heaven's secret technique in the future, the ancient chaos mental demon said. This evaluation was very high. One had to know that this was the evaluation of Adarch. Among the geniuses of the current era, who could obtain such an honor? Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly and did not say anything. He naturally would not say that the technique he created was not only comparable to the chaotic heaven's secret technique, but also surpassing it. Jun Xiaoyao's ambition was to surpass all the thearchs in history when he became Adarch. The world would only praise his name. It seems that I have indeed lost. The ancient chaos mental demon smiled slightly. The test he had put Jun Xiaoyao through was extremely harsh. Previously, he had said that as long as Jun Xiaoyao could resist his method, it would be considered a success. But now, it was not a question of whether or not Jun Xiaoyao could withstand it. Jun Xiaoyao had already defeated him, and he had almost wiped out the mark on him. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had far exceeded the standard of clearing the game. Since you have passed, I will not go back on my word. The moment the ancient heart devil's words rang out, Jun Xiaoyao unexpectedly discovered that many mysterious runes had appeared around him. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Actually, when we were fighting earlier, the chaotic heaven's secret technique had already begun to imprint itself into your body. The ancient heart demon said. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. It turned out that the ancient chaos heart demon had already decided to hand over the chaotic heaven's secret technique to him. This was a forbidden emperor art created by the great emperor. Needless to say, Jun Xiaoyao had already personally experienced its power. It could be said that if it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary strength and his self-created technique, his chances of escaping eternal exile would have been slim to none. If it were other sky prides, it would be even more impossible. Even if an ordinary genius obtained the chaotic heaven's secret technique, he would still be able to rise up and defeat all his enemies. Thank you, Senior. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. It was naturally good to be able to obtain the great emperor art. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was already strong enough. If he cultivated the chaotic heaven's secret technique, his battle strength would be even greater. Do you think that the inheritance is only the chaotic heaven's secret technique? The ancient heart demon asked. Oh, could it be? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. He thought of something that was enough to move everyone's heart. Seeing this, the ancient heart demon smiled slightly and said, I know what you are thinking, but unfortunately there is nothing here that you are thinking of. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao said, then Senior is referring to the ancient heart demon reached out his hand and grabbed at the void. A mysterious rune imprint appeared. Then, this rune imprint turned into a battle axe. This battle axe had an aura that suppressed the heavens, as if it was the giant axe that Panga used to create the world. Even though it was only a rune, it was emitting a monarch aura and an overwhelming aura. It was one of the two monarch weapons of martial monarch Luan, the chaotic ancient axe. Jun Xiaoyao was astounded. It was indeed the aura of the chaotic ancient axe, but it was not the real chaotic ancient axe before him. Strictly speaking, it was only the rune of the chaotic ancient axe. Senior, this. Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The ancient heart demon said, This is the rune of the chaotic ancient axe. If you are in control of this rune, you will be able to borrow a part of its power. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. As he was about to ask something, the ancient heart demon added, I know what you are trying to ask. The real chaotic ancient axe isn't in the nine heavens immortal realm, but in the forbidden land of life. The forbidden land of life? Jun Xiaoyao was utterly surprised. He did not expect the real chaotic ancient axe to be in a place like the forbidden land of life. The ancient heart demon's eyes flickered as if it had recalled something. A chaotic ancient axe that has guarded the forbidden land of life for 10,000 years. A look of contemplation flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes when he heard that. It seemed like there was more to it. Could it be that martial monarch Luan had gone to the forbidden land of life? The curse of the sacred flesh was related to the forbidden land of life too. It seemed like Jun Xiaoyao would have to fight the forbidden land of life in the future. He was not afraid. The forbidden land of life was mysterious, powerful, and had existed for a long time. However, he had nothing to be afraid of as he had the Jun clan behind him. That being said, you don't have to feel bad about it. Since you have the rune of the chaotic ancient axe, not only can you borrow its power, you can also use the rune to find the real chaotic ancient axe. The ancient heart demon said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He did not feel bad about it. Even though monarch weapons were rare, Jun Xiaoyao could still get his hands on them if he wanted. Not to mention the monarch weapons of the Jun clan and the Jun clan. The desolate god armor of the desolate ancient temple was also Jun Xiaoyao's, but he had temporarily given it to Wu Hu. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the rune of the chaotic ancient axe. As for the other monarch weapon, the chaotic ancient imperial talisman, half of it is with you. The ancient heart demon said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He would naturally take the other half of the chaotic ancient imperial talisman from Qin Wudao. The chaotic ancient axe was the offensive monarch weapon of the ancient chaos great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry to get it. However, the chaotic ancient imperial talisman was a life-saving treasure. Even if it was only half of it, it had helped Jun Xiaoyao escape from danger many times. Naturally, he would not let it go. The chaotic ancient axe, the chaotic ancient imperial talisman, and the chaotic heaven's secret technique. These were the three core inheritances of the ancient chaos great emperor. When Jun Xiaoyao got the other half of the chaotic ancient imperial talisman, he would have two of them. In the future, he could use the rune of the monarch weapon to find the chaotic ancient axe. This way, Jun Xiaoyao would be the true successor of the ancient chaos great emperor. All right, you can stay here and memorize the chaotic heaven's secret technique before leaving. In the future, this chaotic ancient tower will no longer exist. The ancient heart demon said, "Thank you, Senior." Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. He really admired this unconventional great emperor. To prove his Tao after 1,000 defeats, he could be called a legend. Chapter 757. Next, Jun Xiaoyao began to memorize and comprehend the chaotic heaven secret technique. The chaotic heaven secret technique was a great emperor's forbidden technique. It was mysterious and complicated. Even a genius with monstrous comprehension would have to spend a lot of time to memorize it, let alone comprehend it. Jun Xiaoyao did not dawdle and sat cross-legged on the spot to comprehend it. The chaotic heaven secret technique watched quietly from the side. The power of his imprint had almost completely dissipated. The chaotic heaven secret technique would soon disappear. But before that, he was a little curious. How much of the chaotic heaven secret technique could Jun Xiaoyao inherit? The entire chaotic ancient tower fell into silence. At the same time, the outside world was not calm. That was because Jun Xiaoyao and the heart demon of the ancient chaos had clashed with their ultimate moves, and the Book of Genesis clashed with the secret arts of chaos. Although the destructive ripples did not spread out, the entire ancient chaos tower was violently shaking. This attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Could it be that the Jun family's son of God has failed? Some of the geniuses were puzzled. The tremors were too terrifying. Although there was no fluctuation, everyone could feel that there was a terrifying collision in the chaotic ancient tower. They then thought of Jun Xiaoyao reaching the 1,000th floor. He must have encountered an extremely terrifying opponent. Looks like there's no suspense. He has also failed. Qin Wudao stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. He adjusted his breath for a while and recovered. Then he kept staring at the chaotic ancient tower. To be honest, he definitely did not want Jun Xiaoyao to obtain the inheritance of the chaotic ancient tower. Since he couldn't get it, no one else could. "Oh, are you so sure?" "He hasn't been teleported out yet," Yu Yunchang said on the other side. "Even if he's teleported out, it's just a dying struggle," Qin Wudao said expressionlessly. In his opinion, the opponents on the 999th floor were already so terrifying. The 1,000th floor would only be more terrifying. No one could pass it. Amit Ba, this little monk still feels that it is too early to make a conclusion. Lord Brahma chanted the name of Buddha. For those who had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's strength with their own eyes, they were shocked. It wouldn't be too much to think highly of Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, even if he failed in the end, no one would say that Jun Xiaoyao was weak. After all, even Qin Wudao, the true successor of ancient chaos, had not reached the top. Humph. Hearing this, Qin Wandao coldly snorted. His complexion did not look too good. Both Yu Yunchang and Brahma were refuting him. Did they think so highly of Jun Xiaoyao? Brahma was indeed sincere. Yu Yunchang, on the other hand, simply wanted to go against him. In fact, Yu Yunchang couldn't tell if Jun Xiaoyao would succeed. Of course, deep down, she still hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would fail. That was because Jun Xiaoyao was already strong enough. If he were to get the inheritance of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos as well, that would definitely threaten her brother, the Ascendant King. As someone who loved her older brother, Yu Yunchang naturally didn't want others to threaten her older brother. Everyone in the outside world waited curiously. 7 days and 7 nights passed. On the top floor of the ancient Chaos Tower, the figure of the ancient Chaos Heart Demon had become extremely illusory. The power of the mark was almost gone. Jun Xiaoyao had been sitting cross-legged in the air for the past few days, not moving at all. The countless runes of the ancient chaos secret technique seemed to have been absorbed into his body to comprehend and refine. You still haven't completely memorized it? The ancient chaos heart demon frowned slightly. Since he had chosen Jun Xiaoyao, he naturally hoped that Jun Xiaoyao could obtain the complete inheritance and bring his ancient chaos secret technique to greater heights. The time is still too short. The ancient chaos heart demon shook his head slightly. He felt that before the ancient chaos heart demon's mark disappeared, he might not be able to see Jun Xiaoyao leave the tower. Just as the figure of the ancient chaos heart demon was about to disappear, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been silent for 7 days and 7 nights, finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes were as deep as the abyss, as if they could pull people into endless darkness. Ancient chaos secret technique. Cross-star field intersection. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword, and mysterious Tao laws flowed as he drew a horizontal and vertical line, overlapping each other. A huge cross-shaped crack spread out in the void, as if it was going to devour and destroy everything. Then, Jun Xiaoyao's method changed again. An even more complicated technique was cast from his hands. Ancient chaos secret technique, eternal exile. Countless cracks in the void appeared around Jun Xiaoyao, causing the space to break apart. Although the number and power couldn't be compared to what the ancient chaos heart demon had released. But this was indeed the complete ancient chaos secret technique. After a round of casting, Jun Xiaoyao retracted his hand and gently let out a breath. He frowned slightly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with himself. I've already learned it, but I'm still not proficient enough. I'm temporarily unable to unleash its greatest power. Hearing this, even the ancient chaos heart demon was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say. After a long time, he spat out a sentence. An anomaly that can't be measured. The ancient chaos heart demon emperor spent his entire life to comprehend this technique. Jun Xiaoyao actually managed to comprehend it in a short 7 days. Although he hadn't reached the greater mastery level, it was enough to make the ancient chaos heart demon exclaim. This kind of comprehension talent could no longer be described as monstrous. In fact, using any other word to describe it would pale in comparison. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this technique. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands once again. The ancient chaos heart demon nodded slightly. And I believe that this technique will definitely shine in your hands. As the ancient chaos heart demon's voice fell, his figure turned into a rain of light and gradually dissipated. In the future, perhaps there will be a day when we meet again, the ancient chaos heart demon muttered in his heart. His figure turned into a rain of light and dissipated. The entire ancient chaos tower also began to rumble and tremble. It's about time to harvest that leak. Jun Xiaoyao placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward, leaving this space. At the same time, in the outside world, the ancient chaos tower was trembling, and cracks were rapidly spreading on the ancient tower. What's going on? Is the ancient chaos tower going to collapse? Why hasn't the Jun family's son of God come out yet? Did he succeed or fail? In all directions, many of the skyprides who were waiting with their heads held high had a look of surprise in their eyes. Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian were also paying attention. Qin Wudao slightly clenched his fists, and his face was extremely gloomy. If the ancient chaos tower collapsed, wouldn't he have no chance at all? Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a figure wearing a snow-white robe leisurely flew out from the collapsing ancient chaos tower and stepped into the sky. In an instant, the pressure that was released covered the entire area, and the entire ground seemed to have sunk by 1 foot. Many of the sky prides felt a strong sense of suffocation. Even Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian, who were top-notch sky prides, felt a strong sense of oppression. It was the kind of oppression that one would feel when facing a super boss. He is the Jun family's son of God, Jun Xiaoyao. Yu Yunchang looked at the white-robed figure standing in the sky. The dazzling immortal light was so dazzling that it made people unable to look directly at it. Yu Yunchang was in a daze for a moment. Chapter 758. Perhaps it was because Yu Yunchang's brother, Feather King, was too outstanding. His strength and appearance were 1 in a million. Influenced by what she saw and heard, Yu Yunchang looked down on other men. Even the elites of the clan of the ancients, the successors of the ancient sacred grounds, and the godson of the imperishable sex were just SOSO in her eyes. No one could compare to her brother. Yu Yunchang was even a little worried. After her standards were raised, would there be any other men who could catch her eye in the future? But at this moment, looking at the figure walking in the sky, Yu Yunchang was in a daze. Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His facial features were like ancient carvings, his eyebrows were clear, and he was handsome. There was no trace of smoke or fire on his body. It was so transcendent that it felt unreal. Yu Yunchang was shocked. What kind of immortal appearance was this? She thought that her brother, Feather King, was handsome enough. His silver hair was whiter than snow, and he was handsome. He could be called a Prince Charming. But compared to Jun Xiaoyao, he was still a little inferior. If Feather King was the perfect Prince Charming in the mortal world, then Jun Xiaoyao was an immortal in the mortal world. There was still a fundamental difference between the two. Amit Ba, Princess Yunchang, I'm right. Even nuns have to renounce secular life when they see him, Fan Tian said. Yu Yunchang didn't listen. She just nodded in a daze. She thought that the son of God of the Jun family who dominated the ancient road should be the heroic and domineering type. But it turned out that he was such a handsome immortal. Oh no, it was the feeling of being moved. No, it was the feeling of being moved to the point of having a heart attack. Jun Xiaoyao didn't look at the others. As soon as he came out, his eyes fell on Qin Wudao. Almost at the same time, Qin Wudao's eyes also met with Jun Xiaoyao's. One of them was as handsome as an immortal in white, and the other was as handsome as a demon in black and gold. Their eyes met in the void, and sparks flew. Both of them could sense a familiar aura from the other party. The ancient chaos talisman. The two of them created an invisible, murderous aura. Even Yu Yunchang couldn't intervene. The other sky prides were surprised. Could it be that the two of them were going to fight? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of interest. One of them was the son of God of the Jun family, while the other was the son of God of the Qin family. The battle between the son of God of the two clans of the ancients would be interesting. You obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos. Qin Wudao's eyes were cold, his tone heavy. You already know the answer. Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, everyone was in an uproar. The son of God of the Jun family actually set foot on the 1,000th floor and obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos. Record. The son of God of the Jun family has created a new record, as expected of the son of God. But why do I feel that setting such a record is not difficult for the son of God? Surprise, praise, shock. He really reached the top and passed the test. Doesn't that mean that his talent is comparable to the young Emperor Ancient Chaos? Yu Yunchang was even more absent-minded. In fact, she would never have thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already defeated the inner demon of Ancient Chaos. Strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength had surpassed that of the young Emperor Ancient Chaos. If it was before, Yu Yunchang would be very worried, afraid that her brother would have another strong competitor. But now, looking at his face, Yu Yunchang couldn't bring herself to hate him. Maybe he can be friends with my brother, Yu Yunchang suddenly thought. After all, the Yu Jin dynasty and the Jun family had no grudges against each other. Why couldn't they be friends? Compared to the shock from all around, Qin Wudao's face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't allow anyone else to obtain the inheritance of ancient chaos. Moreover, Qin Wudao had to obtain the inheritance of ancient chaos so that he could reach the next level and truly stand at the top. By then, he was confident that he could defeat the descendant of the Xianting and the reincarnated Arhut. Otherwise, Qin Wudao, who couldn't obtain the inheritance of the emperor, would fall behind. "You should know that I am the descendant of ancient chaos," Qin Wudao said coldly. "So what?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. Did Qin Wudao really think that he was so easy to talk to? "My clan brother, Qin Zimo, was killed by you," Qin Wudao continued. Jun Xiaoyao instantly understood Qin Wudao's thoughts. He smiled. It was just a cold smile. "If you want to find a reason, this excuse is too lame. No need to talk nonsense. Come." Jun Xiaoyao said, then slowly extended 3 fingers. Qin Wudao frowned, not understanding what he meant. Everyone present was also confused. 3 moves. "I, the Son of God, will give you 3 chances. If you can hurt me even a little, the inheritance of ancient chaos will be yours." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell into a dead silence. All the sky prides in the area were shocked, like never before. Who was Qin Wudao? The son of God of the ancient Qin clan. In terms of talent, cultivation, and strength, even in the ancient road of ultimate, he was one of the top few. No matter what, he shouldn't be looked down upon like this, right? Jun Xiaoyao was strong, but Qin Wudao wasn't some random cat or dog. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like a senior looking down on a junior. He didn't put Qin Wudao on the same level as him at all. However, after the battle with ancient chaos, Jun Xiaoyao indeed felt that Qin Wudao wasn't a challenge. Therefore, he was only willing to use 3 moves. Indeed, his personality is like the legends, so strong and domineering. Yu Yunchang's beautiful face unconsciously blushed. Jun Xiaoyao looked gentle and handsome, with an ethereal temperament. When he was domineering, he was 100 times stronger than Qin Wudao. Jun Xiaoyao, Qin Wudao said word by word. The aura around him exploded, and the pressure shook the heavens and the earth. As the son of God of the Qin clan, he had never been looked down upon like this. Of course, this son of God gave you 3 moves, but there is a price. If you lose, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and didn't say anything else, but the meaning was already inside. "How dare you!" Qin Wudao couldn't hold it in anymore and directly attacked. Looking at this scene, Brahma shook his head slightly. His face was filled with pity, and he put his palms together. Buddha is merciful. People can only learn to grow after being beaten. Obviously, Qin Wudao hadn't been beaten. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impulsive. Boom! Qin Wudao simply threw out a punch. An imperial aura appeared, as if it could suppress a great world. This was the Qin clan's unique ability, the world-subduing imperial fist. The most unique ability of the Qin clan was their imperial path ability. The Qin clan's first emperor, whose name shook the immortal realm, once gathered the faith of all living beings, ignited the imperial path flame, and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving a deep mark in history. As the son of God of the Qin clan, Qin Wudao naturally cultivated an imperial path ability. His punch was like an emperor descending to the world, and his fist suppressed the 9 provinces, as expected of the son of God of the Qin clan. The moment he attacked, he knew his opponent's strength. Everyone was shocked, and they were amazed by the means of the son of God of the Qin clan. Yu Yunchang also stopped looking down on Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao wasn't much weaker than her brother. He definitely had the ability to fight. However, just as she was thinking about it, a loud bang rang out. Everyone was stunned when they saw Qin Wudao's body heavily fall to the ground, and a huge spiderweb-like crack appeared on the ground. His arm cracked, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His heart was violently shaking. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yu Yunchang was stunned. "You have 2 moves left." Jun Xiaoyao calmly retracted his fist, and there was no trace of anger in his tone. Chapter 759. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, unable to react at all. Just a moment ago, Qin Wudao was still brazenly throwing a punch, shocking everyone and illuminating the sky. But the next moment he was smashed to the ground, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth and bleeding from his arm. The contrast between before and after was too great, and it happened in less than a breath's time. At this moment, Qin Wudao's expression was filled with speechless shock. Only those who experienced it themselves knew what had happened. Jun Xiaoyao broke his world-subduing imperial fist with a simple punch in the blink of an eye and sent him crashing to the ground. There was nothing fancy about it. It was simple, straightforward, and direct. And when their fists collided, Qin Wudao simply couldn't believe the terrifying divine power of his physical body. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients. But even the sacred body of the ancients could not be so powerful. Although Qin Wudao did not specialize in physical cultivation, he soaked his body in divine spring and divine dew every day. Physical strength was definitely not his weakness, but now he was completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao in terms of strength. Qin Wudao naturally did not know that Jun Xiaoyao's divine elephant overpowering force, immortal body of Daluo, and the 3,000 summer worlds were all means to increase physical strength. That, coupled with the addition of the sacred body of the ancients, gave Jun Xiaoyao an almost unparalleled physical strength. Jun Xiaoyao stood tall in the sky with his hands behind his back. Compared to his transcendence, Qin Wudao, who was smashed to the ground, looked a little embarrassed. He had completely lost the demeanor of the son of God of the ancients. Is the gap between the two of them that big? Yu Yunchang was in disbelief. Just now, Qin Wudao's punch had caused her to feel an extreme sense of crisis. He was definitely not a person to be underestimated. Yu Yunchang thought that even if Qin Wudao was weaker than Jun Xiaoyao, it would not be a problem for him to exchange a few hundred moves. But now it seemed that she had overestimated Qin Wudao. No, it was not that she had overestimated Qin Wudao. It was that she had underestimated Jun Xiaoyao. 2 more moves. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as still water. There was not the slightest change in his expression from beginning to end. Qin Wudao's face was unprecedentedly serious, although he was already mentally prepared for Jun Xiaoyao's strength. But now that they were facing each other, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. However, Qin Wudao would not give up. After cultivating to this level, who would be willing to admit defeat? Qin Wudao formed a hand seal, and the power of the Milky Way flowed around his body. It was as if there was a vast Milky Way surrounding him. In the end, the endless power of the Milky Way gushed into his body. Qin Wudao's aura was also rising steadily. His cultivation base had yet to reach the great saint stage. However, after using the secret technique, his aura and strength were close to the eminent saint stage. It's the amplification secret technique of the Qin clan of the ancients, the 9 stars galaxy transformation. Many geniuses shouted in surprise. It wasn't because they were knowledgeable, but because this secret amplification technique was too famous. It was one of the most famous techniques of the Qin clan. It was known as the 9 transformations extreme change, stepping on the Milky Way. Now that Qin Wudao had used the 9 stars galaxy transformation, he felt the surging magic power in his body. His eyes gradually regained his confidence. His and Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation base had shrunk infinitely, but it was still not enough. Although Qin Wudao was sometimes impulsive and hot-blooded, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Jun Xiaoyao only gave him 3 chances, and he had already used one of them. Next, as long as he attacked with all his strength, even if he could only injure Jun Xiaoyao a little, it would be considered a victory. As for breaking the contract, Qin Wudao believed that the dignified son of God of the Jun clan still cared about this bit of face. Jun Xiaoyao, I've said it before. You will regret it. Qin Wudao activated his divine ability again, and waves of imperial aura surged out. It was as if countless living beings were worshipping the peerless emperor of the mortal world. Those waves of imperial aura condensed into 5-clawed golden dragons. Every 5-clawed golden dragon was tens of thousands of feet long. They were like golden mountains that covered the sky. It could be said that a 5-clawed golden dragon was enough to instantly suppress a Sage King expert. At this moment, there were hundreds of 5-clawed golden dragons in front of Qin Wudao. How terrifying was this? Anyone below the Great Sage realm would find it hard to resist this move. Even a great sage would be injured. Emperor Shi Huang's ultimate technique, Emperor Dragon's Roar. Qin Wudao's aura rumbled as he used his technique to suppress. Hundreds of 5-clawed golden dragons roared together with him to suppress. The Emperor Shi Huang's ultimate technique was a secret of the Qin clan. It was also the clan's ultimate technique, and its power was unimaginable. The Emperor Shi Huang is quite something. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao commented indifferently. His comment was for the Emperor Shi Huang, and not Qin Wudao in front of him. The Emperor's ultimate technique was very difficult to cultivate. After all, not everyone had Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous comprehension. To be honest, Qin Wudao had already cultivated this ultimate technique to a certain level. However, against him, it was still not enough. Jun Xiaoyao summoned the life and death immortal energy and activated the heavenly wheel of death. This was also a forbidden technique that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained from signing in. It operated the life and death immortal energy of the heavens. Rumble. The life and death immortal energy collided with the imperial dragon energy. The heavens and earth collapsed, and the universe shook. This was the clash of two ultimate techniques. The surrounding ground was instantly torn apart, destroyed, and turned into dust and powder. Jun Xiaoyao's hands rotated the life and death immortal energy, and the 5-clawed golden dragons were torn apart, and dissipated into the imperial dragon energy. Puchi! Qin Wudao spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying. One more move, Jun Xiaoyao said. The surroundings were dead silent. Those sky prides who had retreated far away were shocked when they saw this scene. They were both son of God of the clan of the ancients, but Qin Wudao was so weak in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, strictly speaking, Qin Wudao was not weak. It was a pity that his opponent was too strong. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Qin Wudao coughed. Qin Wudao coughed. His handsome and charming face was now covered with dust, and he cut a sorry figure. However, in his eyes, there was a flame of anger burning with resentment. Qin Wudao's personality was domineering, and he was the kind of person who thought he was the best. Unfortunately, he had met someone who was even more domineering. First Emperor's ultimate technique, myriad world painting. Qin Wudao roared at the sky, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He took out a painting scroll, which emitted a faint emperor's aura, a boundary emperor weapon. Although it was not a real emperor weapon, it was still terrifying enough. This was a protective item given to him by the Qin clan. Unless it was a life and death situation, Qin Wudao would definitely not take it out. Moreover, this boundary emperor weapon was special in that it needed to be activated by First Emperor's ultimate technique. Therefore, even if others obtained this myriad world painting, they would not be able to use it. As Qin Wudao activated First Emperor's ultimate technique, the entire myriad world painting slowly unfolded. Mountains, rivers, seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ancient star fields appeared one after another. It was as if a great painting scroll was unfolding. It was as if the entire vast sky was covered by this picture scroll. Jun Xiaoyao, can you take this move? Qin Wudao's eyes were bloodshot, and he activated his divine power to the maximum as he roared. Chapter 760. The 9 Extremes Galaxy Transformation, the First Emperor's Ultimate Technique, and the quasi-emperor weapon, the myriad mountains and rivers painting. The current Qin Wu Dao was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. The myriad mountains and rivers painting covered the sky as if the entire sky was crashing down. Everyone was shocked and felt a deep sense of suffocation. The son of God of the clan of the ancients was indeed abnormal. Just this move alone was enough to make him stand out. Those cultivators who felt that Qin Wu Dao was weak because of his performance just now were all speechless at this moment. Qin Wu Dao's current performance was enough to crush all the Skype rides except for Jun Xiaorao. Even Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian were frowning at this. Even if they could withstand this move, they would probably be severely injured. It seems like I've underestimated Qin Wu Dao. How will he deal with it? Yu Yunchang couldn't help but look at Jun Xiaoyao curiously. Facing the myriad mountains and rivers painting that covered the sky and came crashing down, Jun Xiaoyao was still standing there calmly. The strong wind pressure swept over, making his black hair and white robe flutter. Those deep eyes were as calm as water. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised that Qin Wu Dao had a quasi-emperor weapon. However, with Qin Wu Dao's strength, he couldn't fully unleash the power of a quasi-emperor weapon. In fact, only supreme beings and above could unleash the power of a quasi-emperor weapon. Although Jun Xiaoyao had used the Great Desolation Halberd, he hadn't unleashed its full power. He had only used it as a tool. Facing Qin Wu Dao now, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't use the Great Desolation Halberd or the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Haven't you always been thinking about the inheritance of ancient chaos? Since that's the case, I, the Son of God, will show you. What's wrong with that? As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, he struck out with his palm. All kinds of mysterious Dao runes instantly spread out, and the void began to shake violently. Rumble. Numerous huge spatial cracks appeared and expanded, turning into a void abyss. There weren't just one or two such void abyss. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Every void abyss was like the mouth of a star-devouring ancient beast, swallowing everything. Layers upon layers of void abysses pressed down, leading to different chaotic dimensions. This was a terrifying technique. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. Were their brains about to explode? What kind of terrifying absolute art is this? That's right. I've never seen the son of God of the Jun family use it before. Could it be that he obtained the ancient chaos inheritance from the ancient chaos tower? By the way, this move seems to be the ancient chaos great emperor's self-created secret skill, the ultimate move of the chaotic sky secret skill. Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. No one would have thought that not only had Jun Xiaoyao inherited ancient chaos's technique, but he could also directly use it. This succession was supposed to be mine. Feeling that extremely terrifying pressure, Qin Wu Dao clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Originally, this technique belonged to him, but now Jun Xiaoyao had snatched it away and even used it. This was worse than having his woman snatched away. If the woman ran away, he could always find her again. If the opportunity was gone, he would have really missed it. Thinking of this, Qin Wu Dao used all his strength and pushed the myriad rivers and mountains painting out. Although he was unable to use the true power of the Boundary Emperor weapon, the power before him was already strong enough. Bang! 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 Void abysses were destroyed by the myriad rivers and mountains painting. However, there were even more void abysses and dimensional cracks that overlapped each other and fell down. It was like layers upon layers of rings that wanted to completely imprison someone within. Pucci! Finally, after withstanding dozens of waves, Qin Wu Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the myriad rivers and mountains painting had also weakened by a lot. He had used the 9 Extremes Galaxy Transformation to forcefully increase his strength. Now that he had squeezed his strength to the extreme, his body naturally could not bear it, not to mention that he was still under the suppression of the chaotic sky secret skill. It's over. Hand that thing over." Jun Xiaoyao used the Kuan Peng's Godspeed. With a step, he instantly appeared in front of Qin Wudao. "In your dreams!" Qin Wudao shouted. He would rather be sucked into the void, fault than hand over the ancient chaos talisman. It was his final trump card to save his life. "It's not up to you." Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sneer. In terms of primordial spirit, he was not weak either. Jun Xiaoyao activated the primordial spirit of the past in the 3 lives primordial spirit. In an instant, the primordial spirit of the past released an immeasurable amount of spiritual power. That primordial spirit fluctuation, could it be boundless? Feeling Jun Xiaoyao's powerful spiritual fluctuations, Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian were both speechless. It was fine if his physical body was strong. After all, it was the sacred body of the ancients. But why was his primordial spirit so powerful? Not to mention the boundless. How many people in the younger generation could reach the extraordinary primordial spirit? Suddenly, an endless soul vortex appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's deep eyes. It was as if one would be sucked in with just a glance. Qin Wudao's gaze just happened to meet Jun Xiaoyao's. Then his body shook and he was instantly stunned. The reincarnation tribulation of the primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao floated in the reincarnation sea under the black abyss for hundreds of lifetimes before finally waking up. He obtained the seed of the past and condensed the primordial spirit of the past. At the same time, he also comprehended the reincarnation tribulation of the primordial spirit attack. At a glance, it could make one's soul sink into the reincarnation sea. Those whose cultivation base was not strong enough might even be lost in it forever. Although Qin Wudao's will was not weak, he was now near the end of his life. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao's strength was overwhelming, making his mind a little unstable. There was also the strangeness of the reincarnation tribulation that was impossible to guard against. Under all kinds of reasons, Qin Wudao immediately fell into a trap, and his soul floated in the illusory reincarnation sea. Of course, no matter what, Qin Wudao was still a son of God of a clan of the ancients. His strength was there for all to see. Naturally, he could not be trapped in the reincarnation tribulation forever. He would soon recover. However, Jun Xiaoyao's goal was not to trap Qin Wudao with the reincarnation tribulation. He activated half of the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. In an instant, a stream of light shot out from between Qin Wudao's eyebrows, carrying a trace of emperor's might. It was the other half of the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. Originally, if Qin Wudao was in a normal state, the chaotic ancient emperor talisman would not be able to escape so easily. However, he was now trapped in the reincarnation tribulation, and his entire person was like a walking corpse. Naturally, he could not protect this half of the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. Jun Xiaoyao easily obtained the other half of Qin Wudao's emperor talisman. Then the 2 pieces of the chaotic ancient emperor talisman merged into one. Boom! A vast and terrifying emperor's might rolled out like a tide sweeping out. Many of the surrounding geniuses were forced to kneel on the ground with a thud. This was the might of an emperor weapon. A wisp of aura was enough to make everyone submit. However, this emperor's might did not affect Jun Xiaoyao at all. This was because the chaotic ancient emperor talisman seemed to have a spirit and sensed that Jun Xiaoyao was the successor of the chaotic ancient emperor. On the complete emperor talisman, the 2 words chaotic ancient emperor were carved. That's the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. Many of the geniuses were shocked, although it was not that they had never seen an emperor weapon before, given their background. However, emperor weapons were usually the treasures of their clans and would not appear easily. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had just obtained a rarely seen imperial weapon. Why did they say again? That was because when Jun Xiaoyao was on the Desolate Star, the news of him wearing the desolate, godly armor had already spread throughout the ancient road. Something as rare as an imperial weapon didn't seem to be all that difficult for Jun Xiaoyao to obtain. The Ascension Godly Spear, the Ascension Jin Dynasty's emperor weapon. Even my brother could only use it to cultivate and could not bring it out. However, Jun Xiaoyao alone has more than one imperial weapon. Yi Futian said. Yu Yinchang did not know what to say. It was one thing for him to be handsome, have monstrous talent, and have invincible strength. His luck was actually so good. Chapter 761. After obtaining the complete chaotic ancient emperor talisman, Jun Xiaoyao felt more at ease. Although the chaotic ancient emperor talisman's attack power was not outstanding among all the emperor weapons, but its ability to survive was top-notch. With the chaotic ancient emperor talisman, even if one's physical body was destroyed and one's primordial spirit was destroyed, as long as there was a trace of soul fire left, one could slowly recover. Jun Xiaoyao also understood why the chaotic ancient emperor talisman was able to live so well despite fighting for his entire life. His ability to survive was strong. Although Jun Xiaoyao was invincible all the way here, it was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter any accidents. The chaotic ancient emperor talisman was a great protection. With a thought, the chaotic ancient emperor talisman turned into a ray of light and entered between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows. Although Jun Xiaoyao could not unleash the power of the emperor weapon now, but the chaotic ancient emperor talisman would automatically protect its owner in a life and death situation, so there was no need to worry about it. On the other side, Qin Wudao had also broken free from the restraints of the reincarnation tribulation. When he regained his clarity, he saw the complete chaotic ancient emperor talisman entering between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows. He also sensed that his mind was empty. Half of the chaotic ancient emperor talisman was gone. Puchi! Qin Wudao was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured, but because he was so angry that he spat it out. Jun Xiaoyao! Qin Wudao howled like a dying beast. You've lost. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. Since he had gotten what he wanted, Qin Wudao no longer had any value. The layers of void abysses and dimensional cracks directly swallowed Qin Wudao, the myriad world river diagram, and the others within. Jun Xiaoyao, you really dare! Qin Wudao's furious voice, with a trace of despair, sounded out from the void abyss that was gradually closing. He never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would take away his chaotic ancient emperor talisman, but he actually dared to kill him. He was the son of God of the Qin clan of the ancients. I didn't kill you. Strictly speaking, it should be called eternal exile. Jun Xiaoyao smiled coldly, although there wasn't much of a difference between the two. The heavily injured Qin Wudao naturally could not break open the void abyss and escape, like Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, his chances of survival were next to none. The void abyss and the dimensional rift completely closed and disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao did not care whether Qin Wudao, who had been banished to the abyss of the void, lived or died in the end. If he died, then so be it. It didn't matter if he was lucky enough to survive, because Jun Xiaoyao would never turn around to look at his defeated opponent. The gap in strength would only widen with the passage of time and would not shorten. Peace returned to the world for a short while. The earth was already shattered. It had only been 3 moves, but it was as if this place had experienced a catastrophe. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao, whose white robes were not tainted by a speck of dust, who was standing in the sky. Everyone was silent. As the saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Before, even though Jun Xiaoyao was rumored to be a god, they did not have any concrete idea. They only felt that he was very strong, but did not know how strong he was. And now they saw it with their own eyes. 3 moves. Only 3 moves. The famous son of God of the Qin clan of the ancients was banished to the chaotic, dark space. In fact, it was not much different from death. More importantly, Qin Wu Dao did not have any power to resist. No matter how strong his moves were, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, they were like child's play. Was Qin Wu Dao weak? No matter how weak he could still beat everyone present. If Yu Yunchang and Fan Tian were to fight Qin Wu Dao, they would not have an easy time. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao's strength had surpassed the limit of his age. It was hard to find someone in the younger generation who could compete with him. Yu Yunchang's eyes were a little blurred. A man who was more outstanding than her brother appeared in front of her. Amitabha, Benefactor Jun, we meet again. Fan Tian clasped his hands and said to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This Fan Tian was tactful and did not provoke him. I heard that the strongest supreme taboo of the current Western sect is called the reincarnated Arhot Di. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Logically speaking, the reincarnated big shot should have a strong background. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. Not far away from Brahma, Yu Yunchang's heart began to pound like a little deer. Among the geniuses present, only she and Fan Tian were outstanding. She wondered if Jun Xiaoyao would talk to her. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not even fall on her. He turned around and was about to leave. Yu Yunchang was confused and her brain short-circuited. Was her presence so insignificant? It should not be. As Princess Yunchang of the Ascendant Jin dynasty and the sister of the Ascendant King, Yunchang was the center of attention wherever she went. In addition, she was an outstanding beauty, beautiful and refined. She had always been able to attract attention from all directions. It could be said that countless men wanted to get close to Yu Yunchang. Not only could they get close to her, but they could also befriend the Ascendant King. However, Yu Yunchang had high standards. She would not be interested in anyone who was inferior to her brother. Now, there was finally a man who was more outstanding than her brother. However, he did not even look at her. It was the first time Yu Yunchang tasted the feeling of being ignored. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back that was about to fade into the void. Yu Yunchang bit her lips and took the initiative to shout, "Young Master Jun, please wait!" Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps paused slightly. After dealing with Qin Wu Dao and obtaining the ancient chaos talisman, he was ready to leave this place and see if there were any other opportunities. However, a crisp voice came from behind him. Jun Xiaoyao looked back and found that it was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. "You are?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yu Yunchang was speechless again. He was different from those men who deliberately acted cold in front of her to attract her attention. She could tell that Jun Xiaoyao really did not know who she was. Moreover, when he saw her, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. To put it bluntly, it was no different from looking at Brahma. In his eyes, I am no different from that monk. Yu Yunchang complained in her heart. However, she still said, "I am Yu Yunchang of the Ascendant Jin dynasty. My brother is the Ascendant King." "Oh," Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He had heard of the Ascendant King's name. He was known as the man who had the highest chance of rising and inheriting the will of the Ascendant Emperor. However, that was it. Jun Xiaoyao was not interested. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Jun Xiaoyao was dispirited. Yu Yunchang gnashed her teeth. "Can't I even talk to him? Isn't he too cold?" Yu Yunchang exhaled softly and calmed the waves in her heart. This might be the only chance to establish a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. She could not let it go. "Young Master Jun, I recently heard a piece of news that you might be interested in," Yu Yunchang said. The Ascendant King told her this news some time ago. "What news?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "This news doesn't seem to have much to do with young Master Jun, but it seems to have something to do with you," Yu Yunchang said. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "Is she keeping me in suspense?" He did not know that Yu Yunchang just wanted to talk to him a bit more and get to know him better. "The news is about the hidden branch of the Jun family," Yu Yunchang said. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Yunchang immediately felt a gust of wind. In the next moment, She smelled a very pleasant fresh scent. She looked up and saw that Jun Xiaoyao's fairy-like face was only 3 feet away from her face. "Tell me everything you know," Lin Feng said. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was more like an order. It was unquestionable, handsome, cold, and domineering. Yu Yunchang blushed. Chapter 762. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Yu Yunchang were very close to each other. They could feel each other's breathing. Yu Yunchang's heart was pounding. She felt an unprecedented sense of nervousness and numbness. It was a feeling she had never felt before. Perhaps this was lust. Oh no, it was love at first sight. Yu Yunchang even began to imagine the overbearing son of God falling in love with her. She didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao was only concerned about the hidden bloodline of the Jun family. "Miss Yu," Jun Xiaoyao asked, "why did this woman look like she was in a daze?" "Oh, it's like this." Yu Yunchang came back to her senses, and her cheeks flushed. She then told Jun Xiaoyao everything that she knew about the incident. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. Then he sneered, "It's no longer a conspiracy, but an open one?" This information was undoubtedly targeted at him. The 10 princes of Jinwu's methods were no longer a conspiracy. They were clearly expressing that they wanted to trap and kill Jun Xiaoyao. All they had to do was wait for Jun Xiaoyao to come to their door. Jun Xiaoyao's identity was indeed enough to make many people wary. However, the Sun God Mountain, the Gulen cult, and the Dragon King Palace were 3 top immortal forces. They didn't have to be too afraid of the Jun family. They dared to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, the premise was that they had the ability. Hearing this, Yu Yunchang hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Young Master Jun, I'm not in cahoots with them. I'm just telling you this information." Yu Yunchang was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would misunderstand and think that she deliberately leaked this information to lure Jun Xiaoyao to go there. "Thank you for telling me, Miss Yu." Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently at Yu Yunchang. It was like a spring breeze. Yu Yunchang's pretty face was like a rosy cloud, beautiful beyond compare. This man looked damn good when he smiled. However, after that smile, Jun Xiaoyao's face became expressionless. He gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with endless coldness. He knew that the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others were originally planning to capture the Jun family. The people from the hidden branch of the Jun family were just fish in the pond who were caught in the crossfire. Although the hidden branch has yet to return to the main branch, this is something that will happen sooner or later. Furthermore, their surname is Jun. In the future, I will make this Jun surname a surname that no one dares to offend in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and dashed towards the place where the genius of the hidden branch of the Jun family was trapped. He didn't care about any conspiracy. For Jun Xiaoyao, this was a problem that could be solved with strength. He never thought too much about it. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were just clown tricks that would only make people laugh. Seeing this, Yu Yunchang hurriedly followed. Brahma was also curious and followed him to observe. As for the rest of the sky prides, there was no need to talk about them. How could they miss such a show? Hurry up and follow them. I heard that the 10 princes of Jinwu, Shangtiani of the Sacred Sect, and the young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace are all there. This is going to be a good show. A large number of sky prides soared into the sky, covering the sky like black clouds, and followed closely behind. This was different from the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Qin Wudao. The 10 princes of Jinwu, Shangtiani, and the young Dragon King, Xianyi. Among them, none of them were weaker than Qin Wudao. They were all geniuses who were the focus of attention on the ancient road of the ultimate path and the core successors of various immortal forces. No one was confident that they could suppress the 3 of them. However, Jun Xiaoyao was too calm after hearing the news. It was as if he didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. They then recalled that he had defeated Qin Wudao in 3 moves. Everyone felt that a shocking battle was about to unfold. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was rushing to the location in the news at the place where the genius of the hidden branch of the Jun family was trapped, hundreds and thousands of cultivators had already gathered around them. They looked at the geniuses of the hidden branch of the Jun family in the killing array with a trace of pity in their eyes. The Jun family's main branch and hidden branch were both members of the Jun family, but the gap between them was so big. The Son of God of the main branch of the Jun family had swept through the entire ancient road of the ultimate path. He was known as the taboo of the taboo, and no one dared to provoke him. However, the hidden branch of the Jun family was so miserable, trapped in the killing array and struggling to survive. The gap was so big that it made people sigh. A cultivator shook his head and said, "The hidden branch of the Jun family is very particular about hiding from the world and keeping a low profile. However, they still can't avoid such a fate." Compared to the main branch of the Jun family, the hidden branch of the Jun family seemed to be too low-key. After pretending to be a pig for so long, they really became a pig. That's not necessarily true. The top geniuses of the hidden branch of the Jun family haven't arrived yet. Some people had reservations. Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan of the hidden branch of the Jun family might not be famous, but they were definitely powerful. They just kept a low profile. In the killing array, only 4 or 5 geniuses of the hidden branch of the Jun family were left. They were all covered in wounds. The 10 princes of Jinwu and the others didn't take the initiative to attack them. However, the killing array alone was enough to threaten them. It was already very good that they could hold on for so long. Cough! Jun Lanqi's blue dress was torn in many places, revealing her snow-white skin. Against the bright red blood, it was particularly glaring. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long. Jun Lanqi's blue eyes revealed a trace of despair. Not to mention whether they could break the killing array. Even if they could, the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others wouldn't let them go. Hold on. As long as we can hold on until Brother Yinhuang arrives, we can live. Jun Xuanming's face was pale and he was injured. You didn't say hello to them when you came out. You snuck out. Jun Lanqi glared at Jun Xianming with her beautiful eyes. If she had known this would be the result, she would have rejected them directly. But now, it was useless to regret. How would I know that we would be targeted? It's all because of Jun Xiaoyao from the main branch. We were completely implicated. Jun Xianming gritted his teeth and said angrily. He felt that if Jun Xiaoyao hadn't provoked so many enemies, they wouldn't have been implicated. The hidden branch wouldn't have been implicated. Hearing this, Jun Lanqi really didn't know what to say. Jun Xianming didn't hate the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others who trapped and killed them. Instead, he hated Jun Xiaoyao, who made the Jun family famous. Jun Lanqi didn't want to waste her breath anymore. If she could get through this crisis, she swore that she would never have any interaction with people like Jun Xianming again. But Jun Lanqi felt the empty spiritual power in her body and revealed a bitter smile. It would be difficult for her to get through this obstacle. Outside the killing array, the 3 figures stood in the air like ancient suns, releasing endless brilliance and pressure. They were the 10 princes of Jinwu, Shang Tianyi, and little Dragon King Xianyi. In addition, there were the remaining 4 princes of the Sun God Mountain, as well as some prodigies of the Gulen sect and the Dragon King Palace guarding the periphery. 10th Prince, it's been so long, but no one from the Jun family has come. Little Dragon King Xianyi of the Dragon King Palace frowned. He was wearing a golden dragon armor and holding a golden dragon spear. He was surrounded by dragon chi, and his aura was extremely strong. That's right. I haven't looked for other opportunities yet. If we stay here for too long, it will undoubtedly be a waste, Shang Tianyi said in a grave tone. There were many opportunities in the buried Emperor Star. If they stayed here for too long, it would undoubtedly be a waste. I believe that if he gets the news, he will definitely come. Moreover, if we don't make a move now, it will be even more difficult to suppress him later, the 10 princes of Jinwu said in a deep voice. He felt that no matter how much time they wasted, as long as they could kill Jun Xiaoyao, everything would be worth it. But this group of baits can't last for too long. Xian, you looked at the killing array. Another prodigy of the Jun family's hidden branch was turned into a bloody pulp by the killing array. Jun Xianming saw this scene, and fear appeared in his eyes. It was the fear of death. As a member of the Jun family's hidden branch, he had always been very proud. But now he realized that the identity of the Jun family's hidden branch didn't have the power to deter people. It was very simple. The influence of the Jun family's hidden branch was far inferior to the Jun family's main branch. If it weren't for the Jun family's name, many people would have forgotten about them. At this moment, endless killing lights appeared in the killing array again. The target this time was Jun Lanqi. Chapter 763. In the killing array, the killing light was overflowing. Jun Lanqi, who had been targeted, was extremely pale at this moment. She felt that she could not hold on anymore. No one could come to save her. Whoosh! 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 The killing light was like a sharp blade, tearing the void apart and slashing toward Jun Lanqi. Jun Lanqi gritted her teeth. Even if there was no hope, she would not give up. Because her surname was Jun. This was the pride of the Jun family. She would rather die standing than live kneeling. Just as Jun Lanqi gathered all the remaining spiritual power in her body and was about to fight to the death, in the distant sky there was a roaring sound. 1,000-foot-long crack was torn open in the vast void. Then a giant thunderbolt finger, like a heavenly pillar, came out from it. Wherever it passed, the thunderbolt was everywhere. The huge mountain was directly smashed by the thunderbolt and turned into dust. It was the Thunder Emperor's finger. This finger fell directly on the killing array. The killing array that Jun Lanqi and the others could not break with all their efforts collapsed inch by inch under this finger. All kinds of array runes were obliterated, and the killing light dissipated. This sudden scene made all the surrounding geniuses stunned for a moment. This array was personally set up by the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. Its power was needless to say, but now it was annihilated by a finger. Could it be that Brother Yin Huang is here? Jun Xuanming's eyes were filled with extreme surprise. This feeling of escaping from a dead end was really a bit exciting. Jun Lanqi's face was also relaxed, and her heart was greatly relieved. However, she also had doubts. Logically speaking, Jun Yin Huang and the others should not have received the news so quickly after they sneaked out. Could it be? Jun Lanqi seemed to have thought of something. She looked at the void crack, and her beautiful eyes flashed with unprecedented splendor. Oh, he's here? The 10 princes of Jinwu, Shangtiani, Little Dragon King, Xianyi all looked over at the same time. A fairy-like figure in white walked out of the void crack calmly with his hands behind his back. The moment he took the first step, his aura overturned all directions. The mountains and rivers under his feet all collapsed and collapsed. This aura shook heaven and earth. Every move seemed to be able to affect the order of heaven and earth. It was the aura of a big boss. The 3 top-notch outlawed sky prides, who were initially calm, had a serious look in their eyes when they sensed this aura. You dare to attack my Jun family? It seems that you're tired of living. His indifferent words carried a hint of coldness. Even in the face of these 3 top-level outlawed sky prides, his attitude remained aloof. The son of God of the Jun family is here. When the heaven's favorites saw the immortal energy around the figure, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was as if a legendary figure had appeared in front of him. That feeling was incomparably wonderful. In the distance, Yu Yun Chong, Fan Tian, and a large group of sky prides who were watching the show were also rushing over. They couldn't miss the show today. Brother Xiaoyao. When she saw the peerless figure, clearly, Jun Lanqi couldn't help but feel excited. The one who came to save them was neither Jun Yin Emperor nor Jun Qinyan. It was the only son of God of the main bloodline, sequence 0, Jun Xiaoyao. Although the hidden bloodline didn't show themselves in the world, they knew everything about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Lanqi had been imagining the appearance of this clan brother through all kinds of news before. Now, it seemed that it was far beyond her imagination. 2 words. Stunning. Although there were many outstanding sky prides in the hidden bloodline, there were even top-notch figures like Junin Emperor. However, compared to the peerless, white-robed Jun Xiaoyao in front of them, it seemed that they were nothing. The remaining sky prides of the hidden bloodline also had a look of joy on their faces after surviving a disaster. Only Jun Xianming was frowning. Although he had to admit that the figure in front of him was more outstanding than he had imagined, whether in terms of posture or bearing. This is his fault. He should be the one to save us. Why are you thanking him like this? Jun Xianming muttered. Jun Lanqi and the others didn't hear him. Their eyes were now focused on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jun Lanqi and the others. This was the first time he saw the sky prides of the hidden bloodline. They weren't weak. They were probably at the level of Jun Zhangjian and the others. Jun Xiaoyao estimated that the top-notch sky prides of the Jun family's hidden bloodline were probably at the level of Jun Lingsong. As for himself, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't blowing his own trumpet. He believed that in the entire Jun family's hidden bloodline, there was no one in the world who could fight with him. That's right. No one was even qualified to fight with him. You guys take a rest first. The blood of the Jun family won't be shed in vain. Looking at the bones of the sky prides of the Jun family's hidden bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold and murderous. The Jun family's hidden bloodline was particular about not fighting with the world. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't. It was only right to pay with one's life for killing. Not only that, the Jun family's main bloodline had also exterminated many families. In one word, it was over. Listening to Jun Xiaoyao's murderous words, the eyes of Jun Lanqi and the others were even brighter. This kind of ruthless method was what she wanted to see. The Jun family's son of God lived up to his name. Humph! No wonder he's so good at causing trouble and even implicating us, Jun Xianming muttered in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao, you're finally here. An extremely cold voice sounded. It came from the 10 princes of Jinwu. Excluding the Dharma body, this was the first time the 10 princes of Jinwu had met Jun Xiaoyao in person. However, the hatred between them had reached a point where it was completely irreconcilable. Jun Xiaoyao saved Yu Chanwan and destroyed the 10 princes of Jinwu's dream of cultivating the acquired chaotic body. 5 of the 10 princes of Jinwu had died directly or indirectly at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. His Dharma body was even destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao with one stomp. It could be said that the new and old hatred added up made it, so that there was no room for reconciliation between him and Jun Xiaoyao. Between the two of them, there was only one death. Otherwise, it would not end. Only you can come up with such a clumsy method. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. But you still came, didn't you? The 10 princes of Jinwu's eyes began to burn with the sun's true fire. Wrong. It's not that I, the son of God, was baited by you. It's that I, the son of God, came here to kill. Although Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, the murderous intent was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. Hearing this, all the surrounding geniuses could not help but sigh. He was still as domineering as ever. Jun Xiaoyao, your arrogance is indeed as rumored. Xingtiani also spoke. He was dressed in a sacred robe and was incomparably aloof. Wisps of power of faith twined around his body. The little Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, Xianyi, had an evil and wild crooked smile on his face. Jun Xiaoyao, you're still so arrogant in front of the 3 of us. I think you're blind. Chapter 764. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the young Dragon King. When he saw the crooked smile on his face, he raised his eyebrows. And asked, Crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Xianyi naturally did not understand the meaning behind Jun Xiaoyao's words, but he could hear the sarcasm in them. Your mouth is crooked. you should get it fixed. You. Xian Yi raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Jun Xiaoyao, you'll pay the price for underestimating the heroes of the world. Heroes of the world? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. The world is vast. Who else can do it but me? With my head held high, no one can stop me. A single sentence was enough to shake the entire universe. He was the only one in the world. The others were just there for show. Facing the 3 top outlawed sky prides, Jun Xiaoyao was still carefree and unrestrained. He did not change his wild nature. However, at this moment, most of the spectating sky prides could not refute him. That was because Jun Xiaoyao was not just arrogant. His every move, every battle record, proved what he had said. An eternal taboo, unparalleled in the world. Yun Chang clasped her hands and placed them in front of her chest. There was a dazed look in her beautiful eyes. Beauties loved heroes. That was an unchanging law. Jun Lanqi's heart trembled. She was used to keeping a low profile in the Jun family's hidden lineage. Only now did she realize that a person could be arrogant to such an extent. This kind of life was exciting. How arrogant. Today, I'll personally crush your dreams. The 10 princes of Jinwu could not stand it anymore and was the first to make a move. He could not stand that someone was better at showing off than him. The 10 princes of Jinwu casually stretched out his hand, and the monstrous true sun fire swept out. The Golden Crow clan was blessed by the heavens. They were born with the pure yang fire Dao constitution. The 10 princes of Jinwu even had the legendary Holy Sun constitution. Rumor had it that when he was born, true fire descended from the heavens and cleansed his meridians. The shadow of the ancient Golden Crow circled around his body. That was why the 10 princes of Jinwu was believed to have some resemblance to the Golden Crow Emperor. Throughout his cultivation journey, there were indeed very few who could match him. With the addition of the 10 crown princes, no one would dare to provoke them wherever they went. But now, the Golden Crows had encountered a tough opponent. No one had the right to be arrogant in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It was the same even for the Golden Crows. Looking at the 10 princes of Jinwu charging towards him with true fire, Jun Xiaoyao calmly raised his hand. Similarly, monstrous flames surged out. This flame was multicolored, as if it contained all kinds of strange flames in the world. Its degree of heat was no less than the primordial fire of the 10 princes of Jinwu. It was the Tushi ancient divinity flame that Jun Xiaoyao had signed in earlier. What kind of flame is that? It's actually not any weaker than the 10th prince's grandson, primordial flame. And I've never heard of the son of God of the Jun family controlling such a powerful flame. Many of the spectators were a little confused. Because Jun Xiaoyao did not use the Tushi ancient divinity flame often, many people did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had such a technique. This made Jun Xiaoyao even more mysterious in the eyes of the spectators. He doesn't use such a powerful technique. The son of God of the Jun family has hidden it too well. I guess in the eyes of the son of God, this technique is probably nothing. Many people were amazed. Jun Xiaoyao did not use this technique often, but it was a trump card that many people dreamed of. Humph. Seeing this, the 10 princes of Jinwu snorted coldly and changed his technique again. Dazzling saint force of the sun burst out from his body, as if a divine sun had exploded. Sacred sun power was a terrifying power that belonged to the Golden Crows. It gathered the power of the sun and burned everything in the world. Golden Crow, blazing sun palm. The 10 princes of Jinwu blasted out with his palm. The dazzling sacred sun power turned into a golden crow and blasted out with his palm. The void was about to be burned and collapsed. A hint of mockery flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Anyone who dared to meet his fists and palms was an idiot to the extreme. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and used the Kuan Peng's grand magic. The tip of his fist carried monstrous runes. It was like a Kuan Peng leaping into the sea and swinging its tail. But what was different from before was that there were traces of silver sacred sun power circulating in Jun Xiaoyao's fist. This made the 10 princes of Jinwu's expression change drastically. This sacred sun power was not unfamiliar to him. He had seen it on the moon god palace's holy maiden, Yu Chanwan. Could it be the 10 princes of Jinwu thought of something, and his eyes flashed with jealousy and anger? Boom! The moment their fists and palms collided, the 10 princes of Jinwu's originally furious expression suddenly turned into shock. A terrifying divine power that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens came from Jun Xiaoyao's fist. It was accompanied by the Kuan Peng's grand magic and the sacred sun power. This punch was simply restraining him to death. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard. The 10 princes of Jinwu's arm directly exploded, and his bones and blood splattered. The reddish-gold blood was as hot as magma. It splashed out and scattered on the ground, corroding a large black hole. The 10 princes of Jinwu spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. He had suffered a great loss. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. This was the Golden Crow 10th Prince, whose name shook the entire ancient road. He had the sacred sun body and was said to have some traces of the Golden Crow Arch. In the end, his arm was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao's punch in the first exchange. This was absolutely horrifying. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. On the other hand, Yu Yuncheng, Fan Tian, and the other Sky Prides who followed behind him were shocked. After witnessing Jun Xiaoyao defeating Qin Wudao in 3 moves, they were no longer shocked. Shang Tianyi and Xian narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene before them. They suddenly felt that they had severely underestimated Jun Xiaoyao's strength. After all, they were all top-notch outlawed Sky Brides. Before they fought, who would think that the other party was much stronger than them? At this moment, the 10 princes of Jinwu's body swayed, although he had suffered a great loss and his arm had been shattered. However, this was secondary. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes as bright as the sun and said angrily, "How can you use the Taiyin's sacred energy? Could it be that you and Yu Chanwan had the Taiyin's sacred constitution and was able to use the Taiyin's sacred energy since birth? This kind of power was opposite to the sun's sacred energy, but it was also a kind of fusion. The 10 princes of Jinwu had done everything he could to obtain Yu Chanwan. He even let the sun god mountains start the immortal war and attacked the moon god's palace. Through dual cultivation with Yu Chanwan, the Taiyin's sacred energy and Taiyin's sacred energy merged and evolved into the chaotic constitution. However, Jun Xiaoyao had now used the Taiyin's sacred energy. There was no need to doubt what this meant. Then, they thought about how Jun Xiaoyao had saved Yu Chanwan. Everything was clear without words. It made sense. At that moment of despair, a peerless Sky Pride with perfect looks, background, and strength would save the damsel in distress. There was no woman who would not be moved. Moreover, Yu Chanwan urgently needed to find someone to rely on. Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the perfect person to rely on. As for the bargaining chip, it could only be Yu Chanwan's first cauldron constitution, the Taiyin's sacred constitution. Thinking of this, the 10 princes of Jinwu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was prepared to capture Yu Chanwan again if he could kill Jun Xiaoyao this time. Now it was too late. The Taiyin's sacred constitution was the strongest the first time. After that, the effect would weaken a little, and it would be even more difficult to evolve into the chaotic constitution. Thinking about how his target had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, the 10 princes of Jinwu was so angry that he was about to suffer internal injuries. His dream of the chaotic constitution was almost shattered. It was almost impossible to find another sacred body of Taiyin. Looking at the 10 princes of Jinwu's angry expression, his face turned green. Jun Xiaoyao understood in an instant. There was also a hint of mockery in his eyes. Chapter 765. Jun Xiaoyao knew what the 10 princes of Jinwu was thinking. It was none other than the lunar sacred power that he had just used. This lunar sacred power was indeed obtained by Jun Xiaoyao from Yu Chanwan. However, it was not obtained through dual cultivation with Yu Chanwan, although Yu Chanwan really wanted to stick to him. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not that casual. He obtained the Lunar Immortal Sutra from Yu Chanwan. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not specifically go into seclusion to comprehend the Lunar Immortal Sutra, however, he would take some time out to casually flip through it. There was no need to mention Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension ability. Even the ancient Chaos Emperor would call him a monster. To ordinary people, the Immortal Sutra was like a heavenly book. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, comprehending it was as simple as drinking water and eating. Through these fragmented times, although Jun Xiaoyao did not completely comprehend the Lunar Immortal Sutra, however, he had also cultivated the lunar sacred power. Just now, when he saw the 10 princes of Jinwu use the solar sacred power, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to take it out and examine it. He did not expect that this would cause the 10 princes of Jinwu to misunderstand and think that he was dual cultivating with Yu Chanwan. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao did not have any intention of explaining. Instead, a cold and mocking smile appeared on his face. After all, killing someone's heart. Killing someone's heart was more interesting than killing someone. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's mocking smile, the 10 princes of Jinwu was even more certain of his judgment. He could not help but burn with anger and could not control his emotions. The price of obtaining Yu Chanwan was a huge immortal battle. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had taken advantage of it. Was the 10 princes of Jinwu angry? Jun Xiaoyao, you will pay the price for ruining my plans. The 10 princes of Jinwu bellowed. True fire spewed out from his broken arm. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a perfectly intact arm actually grew out directly. The 10 princes of Jinwu were born to be tempered by the primordial fire, coupled with the holy body of the sun. His physical body is unparalleled. It's a pity that he ran into a sacred body of the ancients. Many geniuses sighed. The physical body of the 10 princes of Jinwu was definitely strong. Not only did he have the holy body of the sun, but he had also been cleansed since birth and had been tempered by the true fire all year round. Even severed limbs could be regenerated instantly. Unfortunately, he had encountered an existence with an even more monstrous physical body. The 10 princes of Jinwu let out a long cry, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. This was a pair of golden crow wings, which had been refined into a secret treasure by the 10 princes of Jinwu. He flapped his wings, and a golden aura flowed. His body was like a golden bolt of lightning as he rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. The shadow of a Kunping also appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body. He stepped on the Kunping's extreme speed, and his speed was not weak either. Boom! The two of them collided like meteors, splashing tens of thousands of runes. The void trembled, and a huge crack spread out in the center of the collision. The 10 princes of Jinwu activated the sacred power of the sun, and at the same time, he used the great magic of the Sun God Mountain. The rolling sacred power of the sun surged, condensing into one blazing magic ball after another around the 10 princes of Jinwu. If one counted carefully, there were a total of 10 of them. They were like suns, scorching and threatening. The great magic of the Sun God Mountain, 10 suns in the sky. This was the forbidden great magic of the Sun God Mountain, taken from the legend of the 10 golden crows in the sky. However, in that legend, 9 of the 10 golden crows were shot down by the great emperor of the Yi-clan. However, when this magic was used, it was still extremely terrifying. The temperature between heaven and earth instantly rose, and the mountains and rivers melted into magma. All kinds of fire runes were branded in the void, and it was a scene of burning the world. All the surrounding sky prides began to retreat. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. They might be injured by the aftershocks if they were just a little bit closer. This was the terror of a battle between top-notch sky prides. Shangtiani, Xianyi, and the others did not move for the time being. They were carefully observing the battle. They were also using the 10 princes of Jinwu to measure Jun Xiaoyao's true combat strength. Facing the 10 princes of Jinwu's ultimate move, Jun Xiaoyao calmly dealt with it. He slowly raised a hand, and endless explosive lightning energy spread out. The surging lightning energy gathered to form stars that flickered with blinding lightning. It was the most powerful move of the Lightning Emperor's great magic, lightning stars. The magic ball, which was as scorching as the sun, collided violently with the lightning star. Lightning and fire, both of these were extremely explosive powers. At this moment, the collision shook heaven and earth. Lightning radiance spread and flames swept across. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to severely injure some of the weaker sky prides. Jun Xiaoyao's figure suddenly moved forward. Before the aftershocks could reach him, they had all disappeared. This was the ability of dermic power immunity. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Jun Xiaoyao decisively used his ultimate move. He did not have the time to waste with these people. It was as if he had overturned heaven and earth with one punch. The 6 paths of reincarnation were like 6 small universes pressing down. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a supreme fist technique. Even the chaotic ancient mental demon was surprised when he saw it. Moreover, the power of this fist technique could increase as Jun Xiaoyao's strength increased. It had always been Jun Xiaoyao's ultimate move. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Accompanied by the reincarnation immortal qi, the power of this punch was shocking. The 10 princes of Jinwu's eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly took out his trump card. A golden treasure wheel appeared, exuding a powerful aura. It was as if a sun had been taken out. It was the Boundary Emperor weapon, the Sun Treasure Wheel. This was the weapon that the 10 princes of Jinwu had refined for a long time. Although he could not unleash its full power now, it was still a Boundary Emperor. However, a Quasi-Emperor weapon was still a Quasi-Emperor weapon, and its power was not to be underestimated. This punch landed on the Sun Treasure Wheel. The Boundary Emperor weapon blocked part of the fist's power. However, a portion of the power still vibrated out and landed on the 10 princes of Jinwu. Splat! The 10 princes of Jinwu spat out blood again. His arms that were holding the sun treasure were cracked and almost shattered again. Seeing this scene, there was dead silence in all directions. The 10 princes of Jinwu, who had taken out the Boundary Emperor weapon, was actually at a disadvantage. Jun Xiaoyao's battle power was extremely strong. After the battle with the chaotic ancient mental demon, he had inherited most of the chaotic ancient mental demon's battle experience. Ferocious, cunning, and overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. The fist radiance was earth-shattering. One punch after another, its power stacked like waves. The 10 princes of Jinwu could not fight back at all. He was beaten until he coughed out blood and several of his ribs were broken. That's enough, Jun Xiaoyao. Don't be so arrogant. Seeing the 10 princes of Jinwu being suppressed, the young Dragon King, Xianyi, could no longer hold back, although they had planned this together before. After all, the 3 of them were the top outlawed sky prides on the ancient road of the ultimate path. They were also the core successors of immortal orthodoxies and Archean royalty. If the 3 of them attacked together, even if they defeated Jun Xiaoyao, it would not be praiseworthy. They would lose face. Therefore, they did not think that they would attack together at first. However, looking at the 10 princes of Jinwu, who was completely at a disadvantage and could not fight back at all, they could not help but feel helpless. Xianyi could not stand it anymore. If the 10 princes of Jinwu were to die, the situation would be even more disadvantageous for them. They were not fools. They would not watch Jun Xiaoyao defeat them one by one. You finally can't help but attack? Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. Humph, the winner takes all. Dead people have no right to speak. Xianyi was not affected. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and thrust it forward. A dragon's roar shook the sky and set off a golden ripple that was 10,000 feet long. Chapter 766. The Dragon King Palace was also an ancient immortal orthodoxy. It was formed by a group of dragons, Zulong of the Huangtian mystic realm, the dragon-human clan of the immortal ancient world, and the mysterious ancient void dragon clan were all branches of the dragon bloodline. During the Immortal War, when Zulong was almost destroyed, the boundary emperors of the Dragon King Palace also joined in. However, they were stopped by the boundary emperors of the Jun family, who were drifting in the depths of space. It was also because of this that the two forces had a conflict. Jun Xiaoyao also decided that he would not show mercy to these immortal orthodoxies. Those who dared to provoke the Jun family would only die. At this moment, the young Dragon King, Xianyi, made his move. The golden dragon spear in his hand seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. Various golden dragon patterns appeared on it, and its power was extremely terrifying. I heard that when the young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace was born, 2 golden dragons descended from the heavens. One of them turned into a golden spear, while the other turned into a golden armor. These are the golden dragon spear and golden dragon armor. Sensing the power of Xianye's attack, a sky pride said, "These top-notch outlawed sky prides were born extraordinary. They had all kinds of strange phenomena and opportunities. They were born to be dragons and phoenixes among men. One could say that the spear and armor were divine weapons bestowed by the heavens. If they were cultivated in the future, they would definitely have the potential to become emperor weapons. Moreover, because they were divine weapons, Xianyi could fully unleash their power, unlike the 10 princes of Jinwu, who could not unleash the true power of the sun-treasured wheel even if they tried their best to refine it." Seeing the golden dragon spear coming at him, Jun Xiaoyao simply stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers, colliding with the golden dragon spear. Xian Ye's eyes flashed with anger when he saw this. Jun Xiaoyao was underestimating him. However, before Xian Yi could berate him, a shocking sound of metal colliding rang out. Jun Xiaoyao's fingers collided with the golden dragon spear. It was as if 2 metals had collided, and intense sparks were produced. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was not inferior to a divine weapon. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his fingers, and the sharp immortal slaughtering sword qi burst out. In a short period of time, it clashed with the golden dragon spear hundreds to thousands of times. After that, the golden dragon spear was sent flying, and Xianyi also stumbled back several thousand feet. His arm was already numb. He couldn't help but take a deep breath as his heart trembled violently. The dragon clan was famous for their powerful physical bodies. Some ancient emperors of the dragon race could even completely suppress great emperors of the human race in terms of their physical bodies. But now, in terms of physical strength, he was completely suppressed by a human. Is this how terrifying the complete version of the sacred body of the ancients is? All the geniuses widened their eyes, unable to calm down. The news that Jun Xiaoyao possessed a saint physique with 10 shackles severed back on the desolate star-conqueror star had already spread. When the news spread, there were still some cultivators who couldn't believe it. That was because the decline of the sacred body of the ancients was due to the shackles of the heavenly law. How could it be broken so easily? But now, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's freakishly strong physical body, they really believed it. Only a complete sacred body with 10 severed shackles could be so freakishly strong. Compared to the shock of others, Jun Xiaoyao himself was extremely calm. Not only did he cultivate all kinds of physical techniques, but he also reforged his body with the myriad qi in the bronze immortal palace. He already had the potential to become an emperor with his physical body. This kind of performance was not surprising. Again, Xian Yu was naturally unwilling to give up. The dragon blood in his body boiled, and he attacked again with his spear. As the golden dragon spear swept across, it cut through the void. Golden light flowed, and illusory dragon shadows appeared one after another. As if the exit of the dragon world had been opened, countless dragon shadows rushed out and roared at Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao still simply pointed his finger. Stalks of grass swayed in the void. The leaves had 9 leaves, and mysterious patterns spread on them. As the leaves trembled, Sword Qi split the sky. It's the grass symbol sword art. Some cultivators fixed their eyes on it. I heard that the inheritance of the grass symbol sword art was in the Fushi Immortal Systems dojo, but Gu Tizi didn't fully comprehend it. Instead, the Jun family's son of God's body comprehended it in a few days. Many of the people present knew about this matter. This was another thing Gu Tizi had embarrassed himself in. Many people were amazed at Jun Xiaoyao's speed of comprehension. But if they knew that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended ancient Chaos Emperor's forbidden art in just 7 days, they would be amazed. They probably wouldn't be amazed by the grass symbol sword art. The sword Qi was as thick as a mountain ridge, tearing the sky and earth apart. A strand of sword Qi could cut through the sun, moon, and stars, let alone now. Jun Xiaoyao's sword finger swept out, and the world seemed to be cut into countless pieces by the sword Qi. Boom! 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 The dragon shadow and the sword Qi collided, and the light was dazzling. It was like endless fireworks, and the place was extremely dazzling. But the terrifying thing was that the ripples of each of the fireworks were enough to kill a sage-to-be expert. Jun Xiaoyao did not move an inch during the clash of such extreme moves, as if he was standing tall like a monument. On the other hand, Xian Yi was knocked back again. The blood in his chest was boiling, and his face was flushed. If it weren't for the golden dragon armor, he might be in a worse situation. How can this be? Xian Yi didn't want to believe it. He was the young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, and he had almost never tasted defeat. But now he was being suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao again and again. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He stepped on the Kuan Peng and flashed in front of Xian Yi, punching him hard. Golden qi and blood surged into the sky, slapping the heavens like waves. This was the power of the sacred body of the ancients. His body was unparalleled. Who could stop him? Xian Yi held the golden dragon spear horizontally and blocked Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The golden dragon spear, which was extremely hard, was bent by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The punch landed on Xian Yi's chest. Uft! Xian Yi felt like he was being trampled by a primordial ferocious beast. Cracking sounds came from his sternum. His body retreated into the distance, like a cannonball. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, used his Kuan Peng steps again to catch up with Xian Yi. He then slapped Xian Yi's handsome face hard. I told you that your crooked mouth is an illness. It's time to treat it. Smack! A resounding slap almost shattered half of Xian Yi's face. Broken teeth flew everywhere, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, creating a canyon-like crater in the ground. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. They were speechless. The young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, Xian Yi, was slapped by Jun Xiaoyao like he was his grandson. This was King ridiculous. This young Dragon King can't be fake, right? Someone couldn't help but ask in a daze. Yu Yunchang covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. Her eyes were shining like never before. Jun Lanqi's heart was also not calm. She took a deep breath, and her full chest rose and fell. Brother Xiaoyao, how strong is he? Jun Lanqi couldn't imagine at all. She had initially thought that Jun Xiaoyao was only capable of taking them away with ease, even if he was there. From the looks of it, what Jun Xiaoyao said before was not just an act after all. He was here to kill. Even Jun Xianming, who disliked Jun Xiaoyao, was speechless at this moment, as if his throat was blocked. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. He now understood that comparing Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan with Jun Xiaoyao was ridiculous. It was indeed a little ridiculous. Chapter 767. Little Dragon King Xianyi of the Dragon King Palace was one of the most powerful sky prides on the ancient road of ultimate destination. Logically speaking, at this level, who could be stronger than the other? Even if there was a winner and a loser, the difference wouldn't be too big. Furthermore, he wouldn't be crushed and slapped like he was now. Half of his face was smashed, and it was too horrible to look at. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold and indifferent. His method was extremely decisive. He didn't care about his opponent's identity and directly stomped his foot down. It was like the foot of a divine king that could destroy the world as he stomped on Xianyi, who was in the deep pit. Boom! At this moment, Shang Tianyi made his move. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't as relaxed as before. A Lanchuo seal. Shang Tianyi, who was wearing a sacred robe, formed a seal with one hand and suppressed it. This was the great mystic seal of the ancient Orchid sect. When this seal landed, all heretics would be afraid. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black, devouring vortex appeared. It was like the mouth of an abyss and directly swallowed the seal. Shang Tianyi and Jun Xiaoyao once again fought. They've made their move. All three of them have made their move. Many sky prides were a little dazed. The 10 princes of Jinwu, Xianyi, and Shang Tianyi had all made their move. This wasn't a team of weaklings. Each of them was a taboo existence that had dominated the ancient road of ultimate destination and had the blood of countless sky prides on their hands. Now, they actually needed to work together to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that, until now, no sky prides on the ancient road of ultimate destination had such an honor. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. It's really a team fight against a boss. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. According to the usual routine, the protagonist and his brothers would work together to defeat the villain boss. But now the boss was himself. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Only cows and sheep would form a herd. Beasts would always move alone. Jun Xiaoyao, being alive is everything. A dead legend is not a legend. The 10 princes of Jinwu shouted coldly. Xian Ye's intervention just now had allowed the 10 princes of Jinwu to regain their composure and adjust their breathing for a while. Above the 10 princes of Jinwu, the sun will rotate it on its own, emitting a blazing divine radiance. At the same time, he took out 36 crimson gold flags with ancient golden crows embroidered on them. As the flags fluttered, they arranged themselves in the air, forming a formation that surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. That's the golden crow burning sky flag. Seeing the 36 golden crow flags in the sky, many geniuses thought of some rumors and couldn't help but reveal a deep sense of fear in their eyes. This was a terrifying technique unique to the Sun God Mountain. It was rumored that there were a total of 3,600 golden crow burning sky flags. If a formation was laid out, it would be enough to melt a giant ancient star in an instant. The golden crow burning sky banner had the battle record of burning a quasi-emperor to death. Of course, that was the result of the super mighty of the Sun God Mountain using the complete golden crow burning sky flag. The 36 golden crow burning sky flags in front of them were considered miniature versions. However, it was still terrifying enough. When the 10 princes of Jinwu used it, it could even pose a great threat to a great saint expert. The 36 golden crow burning sky flags surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. As the flags fluttered, blazing true sun fire poured down in torrents, turning the area where Jun Xiaoyao was into a sea of fire. Even the void was about to collapse, as if it wanted to turn everything into nothingness. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao once again activated the Kuan Peng's great divine power. The Kuan Peng's great divine power also had a hint of yin and yang transformation in it. At the same time, he once again used the Taiyin Saint power that he had comprehended from the Taiyin Saint Sutra. The silver Taiyin Saint power surged out like mercury and turned into a mercury ball that enveloped Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, the 10 princes of Jinwu's eyes became even more furious. At this moment there was a loud boom. From the crack in the ground, Xian Ye's body shot out like a cannonball. Everyone looked over and saw that Xian Ye's physical body was overflowing with golden light and dragon blood was boiling. He was recovering at an extremely fast speed. His face, which had been slapped so hard that it was unbearable to look at, began to recover as well. These three people are all tough. Many people sighed. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao was trapped in the golden crow burning sky flags. The situation seemed to be disadvantageous for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm going to smash your face. Xian Ye's dragon eyes shot out a cold light with extreme, killing intent. His tone was extremely cold. How could he bear the humiliation of being slapped by Jun Xiaoyao? Hearing this, every female cultivator stared at Xian Yi with a cold look in their eyes. If Xian Yi really smashed such a godlike face, it would definitely be a waste of God's gift, and he would be struck by lightning. Son of God, you have to win. Those female cultivators didn't dare to openly support Jun Xiaoyao because of Xian Yi and the others. However, they were still praying for Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts. If anything happened to such a godlike big brother, their hearts would be broken. Jun Xiaoyao only chuckled coldly. To him, this was just a warm-up. Did these people think that this was his limit? The 10 princes of Jinwu controlled the golden crow burning sky flags. Waves of flames surged as they tried to melt Jun Xiaoyao. Xian Yi thrust his spear forward. The projection of a golden dragon appeared on the golden dragon spear and roared as it charged forward. Shang Tianyi grabbed at the air with both hands. The power of faith surged and converged into a bow and an arrow. The bow of faith and the arrow of death. Shang Tianyi knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring back. Some of the cultivators who didn't understand the situation were stunned. Why wasn't Shang Tianyi aiming his bow at Jun Xiaoyao? You don't understand. The Guilin sect uses the bow of faith to pull the arrow of death. As long as they lock onto their target, the arrow will kill them. They won't be able to escape. If they can't block it, their soul will collapse and they will die. A few of the sky prides who knew a little bit about it said with fear, "What? That's strange." Many of the sky prides were shocked. The Guilin sect was indeed the oldest sect in the 9 heavens immortal realm. It was comparable to the Western sect. The 10 princes of Jinwu, Xian Yi, and Shang Tianyi. The 3 top taboos attacked at the same time. Any of the other outlawed sky prides would be shocked if they were to face such a powerful aura. Jun Xiaoyao's face darkened. Did these people really think they could defeat him by working together? Jun Xiaoyao's body shuddered. His bones emitted a divine glow as he activated the immortal body of the great Luo. The divine elephant overpowering force was activated. The power of 100,000 divine elephants strengthened him. He stomped his foot. The illusionary figure of the 10,000 Tao saints bowed at Jun Xiaoyao. The rare phenomenon of the sacred flesh, the reverence of the 10,000 saints, was activated. A magnificent illusionary figure of an immortal emperor rose from the ground behind him. It suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands like a statue of a deity. The immortal emperor descends to the 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist. A magnificent, godly might was unleashed. Its strength was so shocking that the rift in front of him was shattered before he threw the punch. The Kunpeng infinite godly fist, the lightning emperor finger, the grass symbol sword art, the immortal slaughtering sword art, the god-devouring demonic art, and the 9 tribulations demon executing thunder. He had merged the 6 mystical abilities into the punch. The complete version of the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation executed a shocking punch with the 6 mystical abilities. This punch will teach you a lesson.